What's going on, everybody? What's happening? What's good? Look, what up, man?
Oh, what it do, bro? What's good, Tiger Nation?
What's going on, family? Happy Monday, man. Happy Monday to everybody. Hopefully, everyone had a wonderful weekend and Mother's Day celebration, and everybody's back in the flow of things, man. And we back at it. We're gonna keep the show rolling. Y'all know how we coming. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Come on, and y'all know what time it is, man. So y'all do me a favor as you come in, go ahead and hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the share button, hit the whatever button you need to hit that. You could donate however you choose, however you're coming, man. But nevertheless, we definitely appreciate the support as always. Somebody said I'm in Nashville, Garden Yard. So it's so good to see everybody that's always checking in with us.
Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah, man, always checking in with us and definitely being with us weekly. And what's been up with you though, bro?
Man, you know me, same old thing, man. Work.
Man, work. You said a mouthful in, boy. Work, all you gotta do is say work, and that covers the gambit for me, man.
Yeah, so I'm the hardest working man, not in show business, man.
Man, look here, bro. I tell you like this right here, man. It's been a day. Today has definitely been a Monday. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely been a Monday. But look, man, you know, the weekend was good, man, and
that's the first one.
Got my, you know what I'm saying, got my spirituality on, man. And I'm gonna tell you what I did, bro. Did something a little different yesterday, bro. When I got home, man, I put the phone down and I binge watched Power, man. The one with Tariq on, you know, what is it? Ghost?
Power Book 2?
Yeah. Ghost joint. I had, you know, I like that one. I don't really watch the other ones like talking about it, but I do watch that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I binge watched it, man. It was good. I don't get to watch TV much, man. And you know, basketball, you know, them Lakers eliminated them Warriors, man. And
I did y'all thing, man. I
can't knocked off Philly, and we got the bubble rematch, man. So just been chilling, man. It was good to just sit down and do nothing. I finished my Natasha, you ain't got to worry. I ain't no spoiler. So yeah, I sit down, man, and I watch it, man. I watched literally. I hadn't watched none. I watched from one all the way till the end, bro. And I'm talking about hours, man.
Just this season, or you talking about just period?
Just this season. This season
that's
running on now. And yeah, man. I got.
Yeah, I tried to. I think they leaked the 9 and 10. I watched 9.
I ain't watching.
I couldn't do it no more. I watched it, man. I'm like,
we ain't got to go no further than that.
I'm going in right here. I'm like, I'll wait till it come on TV. I ain't even do all that.
No, what's happening, bro? I just got on IG and saw that they leaked it, but I ain't gonna. I don't worry about it. I ain't gonna go look at it.
It's hard to watch, man. It's like it's hard to explain. It cut up and then it go back, go up. I'm like, man, I can't watch this. I'll just wait to Friday to rewatch.
Yeah, man. I don't watch leaked. I watch it when it come on.
Mm-hmm.
What's happening, bro?
What to do, man?
Oh,
man.
Man, you do come on flossing, bro. It's been one
time.
But nah, we just getting started, man. It's May 15th, man. So it's very monumental day in JSU history. We definitely gonna touch on that today. Brother C. Lee, he's gonna be joining us tonight and discussing, you know, the tragedy, you know, that transpired, you know, Gibbs-Green. How could you forget? You know, I wasn't born at that time, but it was definitely, it's 53 years ago, man. 53 years ago, May 15, 1970, man. 28 seconds, 400 rounds, man. 12 injured, 2 dead. Never forget, you know, Ledge Street. And I'll read this real quick, man. Because I shout out to the 1400 Club. If you guys not following the 1400 Club, do so. Go to IG and Twitter and make sure you follow Tiger Talk with the 1400 Club. Make sure you also follow the 1400 Club with a K, not with a C. But it talked about this Lynch Street, the May 1970 slayings at Jackson State is a must read. Now, when they talk about must read, bro, this is a book they're talking about. Lynch Street. If you hadn't had a chance to read this book, man, you guys go and go cop that book, man. The May 1970 slayings at Jackson State is a must read. It describes the circumstances that led to a demonstration at Jackson State College and the shooting of 2 students by the police and discusses the impact of the tragedy. Tim Spofford's writing career was inspired by the May 1970 slayings on the Kent and Jackson State campuses amid anti-war protests. These moved him to write Lynch Street, the only book about the largely forgotten killings at the Black College in Mississippi. And listen, man, it's one of the things I love about doing this, man. Somebody said one of my former coworkers in that class. Absolutely. He said, take that book down.
Wow.
Come on up, brother. You might well jump on in.
I don't know. He don't know.
This is what was posted. He said it's terrible. They posted it on the 1400 Club. You got to go to 1400 Club and tell them. I ain't read it, so I couldn't tell you if it's good or bad, to be honest with you. But Brother C. Lee, I sent you the link. Let me go ahead and drop it in the chat for you. You can come on up. We can get the ball rolling on this. But got a couple photos I'll put up. This is also posted. This is a pretty. I don't know if this was edited to where the color would show.
It is.
Yeah, this is because obviously back then, we didn't have color.
If I'm mistaken, they got that photo in the yearbook too. If I'm not mistaken, in black and white.
Yeah. Absolutely. Hey brother C. Lee, 1 second. I'm gonna throw these photos up, but this is. I've got it. Why is that echo? I think that's you, brother C. Lee. And this photo here. But these are the original photos. You got the
that's the one that's in the yearbook, I believe.
The one is in the yearbook. 400 rounds. I mean, this is in our history, man. It says today we pause to commemorate the 53rd anniversary of the Gibbs-Green tragedy in the late hours of May 14th and into the early morning of May 15, 1970. Jackson City Police and Mississippi Highway Patrolmen marched on the Jackson State campus and fired nearly 500 rounds of ammunition in 28 seconds into Alexander Hall, a women's dormitory. Philip Lafayette Gibbs, a junior political science major, and James Earl Green, a senior at nearby Jim Hill High School, were killed. 12 others were shot and dozens were injured by flying debris, glass, and brick. In the ensuing chaos, no police officer was ever held accountable. Brother C. Lee, appreciate
it. Yes, sir.
Clear. Yeah, I know, Ken. I know you didn't know, and I know a lot of people didn't know. So if that was up at 1400 Club, anybody else, let me just start this off because this is what's important. That book is terrible. Tim Spofford is a joke. I've told him to his face he's a joke. Myself, James Lab Baker told him he's a joke. It's a terrible, horrendous piece of crap. We've been going around for 20, 30 years trying to correct the miseducation and misinformation on the shooting. And his book has been one of the reasons why there's so much misinformation. In fact, we've had to get information off of Jackson State's website years ago. That was a direct quote from that book because, you look at somebody's resume, you see that they got these degrees, you see that they're historians. So you just think that they're going to do really solid work. Mm-hmm. So one of the problems, there are a couple of things that's wrong with that book, and that'll get us into the discussion. I don't want to jump in because I know a lot of times you like to do a lot of overview stuff with Jackson State and what's going on. So I don't want to jump ahead, but
I think it's best that we open up with that. I mean, we got some sports is kind of, it is what it is, but I didn't really, I really spent most of the day, with this. Of course, we know. I'll just say Mississippi Valley, Jackson State baseball. We split. We didn't split with two games on Saturday. We lost on Sunday. Won the series though. On senior night, we lost though. But I also have the sports calendar. We can talk about that later though. But go ahead. Let's get started.
Couple of things, and a lot of stuff I'm saying, you guys, if you go online, you can Google my name and Google Black Agenda Radio. I gave an interview on Black Agenda Radio, and then a couple other things. But what Spofford Book did, so you had Kent State happen 10 days before Jackson State. And so there was this rush to judgment to make the Kent State and the Jackson State situation
correlate.
Yeah, because the Kent State situation was exclusively around the Vietnam War and white students protesting the Vietnam War. Jackson State was holistically around Black people's struggle for equality in America. And that's important because then you understand that this wasn't an isolated event. That is, this wasn't the first time that this happened. And so then you understand that all of that. And so we look at a couple of things that were happening. The first thing you need to understand about Jackson State doesn't get enough credit because essentially Tougaloo is known as the civil rights institution in the state, as they should be, by the way. Let's be really clear. Right. And the reason that was because Tougaloo was private, Jackson State was public. And so Tougaloo had a lot more autonomy. So when the civil rights workers were coming from the 40s, right, from the 40s through up to this time, through 1970, they could always take haven at Tougaloo because Tougaloo was a private institution. Jackson State Valley and Alcorn, tell you how oppressed it was. They couldn't even invite somebody on campus before getting approval from IHL, the College Board. So that's how little autonomy we had. But what gives Jackson State a historical background, a civil rights background, is that people forget what we call the triangle of civil rights. And what's the triangle of civil rights? Well, across the street from Jackson State is not just the state NAACP building. That's the office of Medgar Evers. Medgar Evers' office was right across from Jackson State. And then right down the street on Lynch Street and Rose Street, that building that a lot of people to which we don't pay attention is the COFO building. Exactly. For those who don't know, the COFO building was the headquarters of Freedom Summer. So all of the major groups, SNCC, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, NAACP, King's Organization, SCLC, there's one more. I got SNCC, NAACP, CORE,
SCLC,
and SCLC, those four. They all united together under the COFO umbrella. So you had a triangle, which was the Jackson State campus, Medgar Evers' office, COFO. That was a hotbed of civil rights activity in which a lot of Jackson students were involved. So that's number one. Number two, as we discussed earlier, Lynch Street. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Zoe.
Y'all gonna say, yeah, what you're saying, just to paint the visual. You got to remind everybody, this is at a time when you could drive straight through Jackson State campus.
Yeah, that's what I was getting to, Lynch Street. Yeah. So there was no 220. So State Street and Lynch Street were two of the longest streets in Jackson. You went from one end, you went from north to south on one and east to west on the other. So because Lynch Street was one of the longest streets in Jackson, and dig this, West Jackson was for most part a white community outside of Jackson State. So when you went down Prentice and all that, that was a white community. So you had white people who didn't like the fact that they had to drive through a black campus, and so they would disobey the speed limit. And not only would they disobey the speed limit, they would throw things at Jackson State students and they would harass the women. the Jackson State students, because you have to look at it this way. Think about it this way. Think about County Line Road. I want everybody to get County Line Road in their mind. Because Lynch Street was as busy as County Line Road. So think about, you had to leave because the dorms were on one side of the street and all the classrooms were on the other side of the street. So think about you having to cross a major 4-lane highway just to go to class every day. That was the reality of Jackson State students. They had to cross County Line Road every day to get to class. And so those white motorists would either speed, throw things, or hurl incentives, offensive things toward the students. And so what happens is that my father, who came from Vietnam, got back from Vietnam in 1969, he helped to create a group called the Vet Club. And the Vet Club was essentially a group of Vietnam veterans along with some other black Jackson State male students who would patrol Lynch Street. And again, I'm not saying this right, but you have to understand that 2 students had been struck by vehicles. Remember, you guys put up the picture of one of the students that had been struck by motorists, and the basketball coach had gone to visit her in the hospital. So the Vet Club had decided that they are not. Yeah, I was gonna say Vernon Weekly's book, Standing on the Edge of Madness, is a much better book than that terrible Tim Spofford book. Yeah, so I would say read the Standing on the Edge of Madness by Vernon Weekly. That's a much better book. Now, the only thing I will say about Stephen Weekly's book is that his is more of a novel than a direct account. But you get all of the actual account in there. But I think he couches his as enough. It's been a minute since I've read Brother Weekly's book, and so Trent can put that in the chat if I'm remembering that correctly. That he wrote a novel that was around the shooting, but it gets all of the facts of the shooting. All right?
I do want to add that I pinned, the school posted it today. The actual YouTube documentary should be pinned in the comments.
Yes. So
that link, if you want to. So for those that are just now coming in, if you haven't watched that yet, definitely go and click that link after the show or tomorrow, whenever, and you can. But proceed, brother. I mean to cut you off.
So you had then the Vet Club. My father and others, they had the Vet Club, and they were essentially patrol Lynch Street. And you have to look at it this way: if 2 of your classmates have been struck by white motorists, and the only thing you get is white police officers telling y'all, well, then y'all should get out the way. What do you think your retaliation is going to be? And so what they decided was every white person driving down Lynch Street that's going too fast going to get a brick through the window. And in fact, what happened once was on one of the times when one of the sisters was hit, the males actually took the car and picked it up and walked it over to the side of the road and held the person there until the police showed up. Of course, they still refused to file any charges. So you had all that around Lynch Street. And then in 1967, Ben Brown, when we talked about COFO, right? Exactly. Megan Evers that's the NAACP. That's actually the NAACP state office. So the Masonic Temple doubles as the NAACP state office. Go ahead, Zoe.
I was just gonna say for anybody here who wants to see the COFO office, is still standing as a historic building and marker right outside the JSU baseball stadium.
Yep.
Well, not only that, we still have programs and events in there. So yeah, so it's not only just a historical building; it still serves. Matter of fact, Hillman Fraser. Let me tell you a story about Hillman Fraser, Senator Fraser, because I was part of the oral research. Hillman Fraser had just picked up his girlfriend and left the campus right before the shooting started.
Wow.
My dad was there.
Who was then, they were doing patrols, had just left the campus right before the shooting started. And because the National Guard surrounded the campus, no one could get on and no one could get off.
Well, look, my dad will be 71 in August, and this is the 53rd anniversary. So you could date yourself to see how old my dad was. My dad was actually a student at the time that this happened.
There you go. And so just tying this last bit. So you had Ben Brown, murdered in 1967. You had 2 students who had been struck by vehicles. And you had all of the marches that were happening in the spring, the last 2 or 3 springs, were all around the civil rights movement. Mm-hmm. And so what happens is, after the Kent State shooting, because they wanted this national thing about Vietnam and all of that, you have people like Tim Spofford who comes in and writes a really terrible book and gets most of the things wrong. And that's why, again, what you're doing here, telling our own narrative, telling our own story, correct. That's why it's important for us to tell our own story. And so one of the last things I'll add here, and then I'll see if anybody has questions, we'll let everybody jump in. Here's what's important. Here's something else. So we're fighting against the bad information. Part of the bad information is there was no riot happening at Jackson State that night. I need everybody to understand there was no riot happening. It was the Sunday before graduation. Who you think rioting the Sunday before graduation? Now, let me tell you this. Eddie Jean Carr, who is the what is she? She's Chancery Clerk. What is Eddie Jean Carr? Somebody in the chat. Because she was Miss JSU, but she works now as a Chancery Clerk. She's Chancery Clerk, Eddie Jean Carr. Yes, in fact, Lap Baker and my father, Lap Baker is one of the most important voices. James Lap Baker is one of the most important voices, and as a side item, I'm actually helping James Lap Baker get his poetry book published. There's a great poem in there about
what's up, Reed?
So she's the Chancery Clerk. So and I wrote an article about the 30-year commemoration, and Marcus, Zoe, and Ken, you're gonna love this. So I was asking Miss Carr, tell me about Sunday night. Tell me what was happening that night. And she said, because I heard there wasn't no rioting. She said it was a Sunday night, and we didn't have an official union at the time. And because we didn't have an official union at the time, all the guys just hung out where all the girls were. And what was that? Alexander Hall.
Yeah.
I said, what were you doing that night? She said, well, I was doing what I did every Sunday night. Now remember, this is Eddie Jean Carr, Chancery Clerk. This is a distinguished woman leader.
The younger version.
There you go,
the younger version.
I said, Miss Carr, what were you doing? She said, I was doing what I was doing every Sunday night. She said, I was in my window at Alexander Hall, leaning out my window, and every time a boy would walk by with somebody, one of his girlfriend, I would yell out, that wasn't the girl you was just with last night. I said,
she had that cock blocker.
I said, Eddie Jean Carr, I know you what. I said, don't tell me you was doing it. She look at her proud, and she said, I sure was. They shouldn't have been with no girl, wasn't they woman. I was helping my sister out.
Guess what?
She said that.
It couldn't have been me, because I put on blast. I was like, I was with you last night.
There you go. See, there you go. So all y'all who know Eddie Jean Carr, yes, Miss Former JSU, y'all tell, and look, she ain't ashamed of that story. I published that story in my article, so she told that. But here's why that story is important. That lets you know that was college children they were trying to kill. They fired 400 rounds into a female dormitory. Now check this out. Couple of things. They lied. The first lie, the lie they told was that there was a sniper in the building, and they were trying to kill a sniper, right? Here's the problem with that lie. If you're aiming for a sniper and you know that there's a sniper, and you got these, because remember, it was the National Guard that surrounded the building. So the National Guard surrounded the building, no one on, no one off. And then the Jackson Police Department and Mississippi Highway Patrol, they marched down Lynch Street, got in front of Alexander Hall. Now, show you how these were innocent young children. I asked Miss Carr, I said, Miss Carr, what were y'all doing? Why didn't y'all start running? And yeah, that's right. You're yelling out the window. So I asked her, I said, well, why didn't y'all take off the running? And she said that because we weren't doing anything. She said there was no rally, there was no marching. We were just children hanging out. I said, so when they marched down the street and stopped in front of y'all didn't move? She's like, no, that was nothing. We didn't have any reason to move. I said, okay, so when they did a left face and face y'all and then they kneeled, right? They didn't shoot at Stewart Hall Purposely. That's why I'm getting to that now, because the whole thing about the sniper and the lie about the sniper.
Okay.
So I said that. So what did y'all do when the first? Because there were two formations, 2 lines, and then the first line nil. She said we didn't do anything because we weren't doing anything. I said, so when did y'all start running? She said we didn't start running until they started shooting, because we weren't doing anything. She said now when they knelt, we didn't start yelling, y'all get off of our campus. We're not doing anything. Now check this out. Mm-hmm. Remember, you got this whole group of young college students. They fired 400 shots in 30 seconds, and the fact that only 2 were killed are a miracle. But here's what I want to get you about the lie about the sniper. If you're telling me there's a sniper and you think the sniper's on the 3rd or 4th floor again, then with trained officers, all of the bullets would have been at the 3rd or 4th floor. Why do you riddle the whole building like Swiss cheese? Now check this, there you go. Now why do you riddle the whole, look at it, up and down, all the way up and down. So if you're telling me there's a sniper on the 3rd or 4th floor, there shouldn't be bullet holes all the way up and down. Now here's the second thing about that. One student was killed in front of Alexander Hall. Another student was killed diagonally away from Alexander Hall by B.F. Roberts.
Green.
So if you're trying to kill a sniper, why are you shooting behind yourself on the other side of the street? Yeah. And on top of that, check this out. Bullets were also found in front of the library. So if bullets were found in front of the library, that means they fired in a 360-degree radius, trying to kill as many young black people as they could.
Especially if you know how campus is. Yep. Knowing where Alexander is, knowing where Stewart Hall is, and knowing where the cafeteria is.
Right.
I mean, you talking about shooting a sniper. But I want to ask you too, you mentioned about people getting hit. That photo that we had when Harrison Wilson was the basketball coach. Remember the basketball team went to see him later in the hospital?
Yeah, the one that got hit
by a car too, right?
He was hit by, that's what he mentioned.
That was when the vet club started patrolling Lynch Street, because the only thing that the White Jackson Police Department would say is, get out the way, don't get hit.
Wow.
They never filed any charges against any white motorists that struck a student with a car or harassed a student. And so that's why we tell people that you have to see the 1970 shooting as not as an isolated event, but as a part of the civil rights movement, particularly aimed at the student movement, the college student movement. They wanted to do 2 things. They wanted to stamp out the Jackson State student involvement in the movement, and they wanted to send a message to black folks that you have absolutely no power to liberate yourself from our oppression.
That's Brother G.A. Remember learning about this when I was visiting the Civil Rights Museum. There we go. Coach Lewis, those veterans didn't take any mess. And about the shooting this year.
Yeah, I learned about this as a kid because my dad and his friends talked about it all the time.
Yeah. In fact, the homecoming the next year, people talk about it. My father and the vet club, they had a float which was an all African float, where they actually showed up with their M16s to walk beside the all African float. And that was the kind of students that we had at Jackson State. And, unfortunately, that kind of movement, is long past us. But, when people mention James Lap Baker, that is a name. There's so many great names. And Brother Weekly, who wrote his book. Also, if you get a chance, Professor Irie Phillips has a great article about it. It's on reserve at the library. And then finally, and I mentioned this book before, like the Lilia Gaston Rose, her book, Jackson State University, The First 100 Years. Her book is in the reference section. Also, and I will add, President Peoples' book is an excellent book. I want to say this again, and we're actually working to get President Peoples' book digitized. But the only thing I will say about President Peoples' book, and I want everybody to hear me, President Peoples' book is an excellent book. I'm going to say it again. President Peoples' book is an excellent book, and everybody should read it. However, there are a couple of things that he also gets wrong about the shooting because he was inside the ROTC building when the shooting actually happened. And so some of the things that he has in his book about the shooting, he got secondhand. That doesn't destroy his book, but then that's the problem when you get secondhand work. You're right, Brother Reed. The first 100 years, Dr. Leland Gaston Rose book.
That picture I just put up was Sister Evelyn Loveland said this is her sister-in-law actually receiving her diploma. She's part of that class of 1970. Remember they got that diploma 3/20/20.
And
5/20/20.
And that group, I need you to understand, that was for that, usually the golden class at Jackson State, like the golden class at Jackson State, that's a ceremony. They're coming back getting it. That 1970 golden class, when they finally got theirs, that was the first time they actually had a graduation.
That's facts.
See, that 1970 class didn't have a graduation because they shut down the campus. They closed school that day.
Weren't that the first class they actually did that for with the golden class?
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? No, they had been doing the golden class for years.
Okay.
Yeah, they've been doing the golden class for years. It was just that golden class was the first one that actually got their diploma for real. And I mean, when I say got it for real, they had their diploma. Actually had a ceremony.
A couple of things I know Thad just mentioned. Was there ever a lawsuit?
Yes, the lawsuit was filed by attorney Constance Slaughter Harvey. Attorney Constance Slaughter Harvey. She's a Tougaloo grad and was the first Black woman to graduate from Ole Miss Law School. And she filed the lawsuit. Check this out. There was a civil lawsuit filed. Now, there was a federal commission. The federal commission found that it was an undue use of force that borderline on criminal activity. Right? That was the federal commission. Undue use of force that undue use of force that borderline on criminal activity. Yet no criminal charges were ever filed. And when attorney Constance Slaughter Harvey filed her civil suit, the judges essentially said that you have proven your case, but their jury found all those officers not guilty.
Yeah.
And as we were discussing the other night, some of those officers included Lloyd Goon Jones from Simpson County, and also Skinner, the man for whom the Jackson Police Department is still named Officer Skinner. Yeah, who also took part in the shooting on Central Street down from Jackson State, where they tried to kill the Republic of New Africa. But you rolled up on the Republic of New Africa, and they was armed. You weren't rolling up on some unarmed Jackson State students. So yes, there was a civil lawsuit, but they didn't win the civil lawsuit.
So they're saying the JPD didn't show who was on duty that night to cover up the names of the now politicians in Mississippi.
Oh, no doubt. No, that's why, and that's how we know that Skinner and Goon Jones were two of the people who were there.
Got it.
In fact, and I'm glad Spence asked that question, because here's the other thing. Not only didn't show who was there, shouldn't have been there. So the question is, why were they there? All right? And this gets to the lie about there being a riot and all that. There was no riot on campus. Earlier that night, there was an incident between some local young men who didn't go to Jackson State about 3 blocks away from campus. There was a utility, and I forget whether it was telephone workers or couldn't have been cable workers in 1970. So it's telephone workers or some kind of city utility workers, and some guys they were known as the corner boys set a garbage can on fire and was having some problems. So the police were called for that 3 weeks ago, right? 3 blocks away from that. They're 3 blocks away from the campus. After that was taken care of. Now, remember, who was called to that? Jackson Police Department.
Right.
So why is the Highway Patrol and the National Guard there?
Good question.
So after they take care of that skirmish between some local corner boys and that utility group, all of a sudden, the Mississippi National Guard, Highway Patrol, and Jackson Police Department walked down. I'm gonna lead that up, Ken, because I want to explain. Walked down Lynch Street. Mm-hmm. So there was nothing or no just cause for them to be on campus, because the thing to which the Jackson police was responding was 3 weeks away, 3 blocks from campus. Mm. Now I can tell you this: what we missed out on when we were doing the oral interviews. The guy said it, but we didn't get it. So I want to make clear, because I try to be as empirical as possible. The guy said it, but we never got him on tape to confirm it. But there were 2 people who said that when they were leaving campus, there was already an ambulance parked on Rose Street before the police and the National Guard got to Jackson State campus. So the question is, why is there an ambulance already on Rose Street before anything happens?
It's a good question.
Now, coming to this question, both of those books are out of print. What we're actually doing now, I used to keep Dr. Peoples' book in print. I used to require it was required reading in my composition lit class. Unfortunately, not enough teachers decided that the book was important enough as required reading. So both Dr. Peoples' book and Dr. Rose's books are both out of print. You can actually read them. You can't take them out. But if you go to the reference section of the Jackson State Library, you can actually sit there and read them there. However, we are actually involved in a project right now, and hopefully it doesn't take any more than 6 months to a year, that we're going to get both of those books digitized and republished, and that they'll be widely available to everyone. So I'll keep you guys posted on that. But we are currently working to digitize Dr. Peoples' book and Dr. Rose's book.
Okay, so they mentioned about the Republic of New Africa on the Dear Mama documentary on Hulu, which I'm about to start watching that next.
Let me give you some insight on why they mentioned the Republic of New Africa on the Dear Mama doc. So current Mayor Chokwe Lumumba, his father, Chokwe Lumumba, our former mayor, was Tupac's attorney in the case where Tupac got off for shooting the 2 white cops, the undercover cops.
That's correct.
That's why the Republic of New Africa is mentioned in the Dear Mama, because, and I don't want to say senior, because Chokwe Antar is not actually a junior. They got different middle names. So people just assume that Chokwe Antar is a junior, but he's not. So yeah, so the reason, in fact, bring this thing full circle. The very first time I presented a paper at a college conference was at Lemoyne Owens. It was a conference on Black manhood, and myself and former Mayor Chokwe Lumumba were on a panel together presenting. So the very first time I presented at a college conference was with former Mayor Chokwe Lumumba, and that's how we got to know each other. That's how I learned that he had been the attorney for Tupac in that case where Tupac got off for killing the 2, not killing, but shooting and wounding the 2 white undercover officers.
He was actually the attorney for the Tupac's mom and I forgot the guy, drummer Pratt and somebody else.
Yep, he was part of the team.
So Dr. Peoples' book, so it says Shoot Lane. I remember stable with it. Trying to get caught up on these comments, everybody. I'm trying to stay. Yeah. So here's one former Phil Bryan and former sheriff of Hines County JPD was at that time. Forget his name. It might have been Skinner he was talking about.
No, Skinner was Simpson County. But Skinner was a JPF officer who became Simpson County. To G.A. Price, he said that didn't the Republic of New Africa have a branch in Jackson? Yeah, it was on Central Street. Their house was on Central Street. That's where the shootout, and that's where that led to the death of Skinner. That's why they named the police.
Oh, you're talking about McMillan.
Oh yeah. McMillan was part of the police force or the Hines County force?
Sheriff.
Yeah. I'm trying to see was McMillan a police officer before he was a sheriff.
He was.
Yeah. So I think McMillan would have been a part of the police force then.
Yep. They said he was an officer that night.
Yeah.
They say any way students and alumni can help with digitizing those books in print.
Okay, let me. So here's how. Thank you for that. And I need people to understand this because, okay, I'm old school. So when I'm about to give y'all some old school information for you new tech people, a lot of y'all have joined my YouTube page, and you wonder why you're not getting the newsletter. You can't get the newsletter until you email me. So Copilot, go to my YouTube page. You can join my YouTube page, that's fine. But most importantly, there's an email on my YouTube page. You need to email me. So for a lot of y'all who join my YouTube page, but you're not getting the weekly newsletter, it's because my newsletter doesn't go out through my YouTube page. It goes out through email.
Right.
So Copilot 1911, if you want to keep up with the digitizing of the books, and we would love to have folks, know about that, go to my YouTube page. You can join or don't join. That's not the big thing. But get my email, shoot me an email, and then I will keep you as part of my newsletter, just so you don't even have to read the newsletter. But at some point when we finish digitizing the books, we're going to announce it in the newsletter, if that makes sense.
Yep. And we're going to have you back on because this is a major part of our history. And that's why I was saying, like, I see Brother First. I was telling Zoe, I said, man, he done dissected the interview. He chopped that thing up into like the bare nuts and bolts, man. And that's why we're talking about it's important that we have our own, we're able to control our own narrative, man, have our own form of media. Because we can spend hours and days and days and days just talking about JSU history. And we're not even scratching the surface on just how much out there that is not known. Because when people, this is important. That's why I wanted to lead with this and just jump right into it. But he said, what's the name of the YouTube page? Psychedelic Literature.
Psychedelic Literature. So if you go to YouTube and do @Psychedelic Literature, it'll take you right to it. Just @Psychedelic Literature.
New Public Africa and a few other Pan-African organizations at the time have exhibits at the museum. Can't hear you, Zoe. You're on mute.
I was just saying the Republic of New Africa was no joke.
Nope.
Right. Coach Lewis said the shootout was on Lewis Street.
Okay.
So this awesome history way. So
and Simply Beautiful, let me be clear. I do have a YouTube channel. It has just a few, because most people don't know, I'm a poet and short story writer by trade. I'm three things. I'm a poet, I'm a short story writer, and I'm a print scholar. And people say, well, how can somebody be a print scholar? Well, here's how somebody can be a print scholar. My book on Prince has been taught at over 10 different universities. And also, people pay me. They fly me around the country to lecture on Prince. So, in fact, Ken and I were both in New York at the same time. He was doing one thing, I was doing something else, and we couldn't link up because we were so busy. Both of us in New York trying to get together, but we were both running. I was at NYU giving a lecture. Actually, I gave 2 lectures at NYU on Prince. So, if you go to my YouTube channel, you're gonna see me discussing poetry and some of my short stories. But also, again, if you want the newsletter, you have to email me. So again, my YouTube channel is @Psychedelic Literature, and then email me, and then you can get the. And the great thing about the newsletter, here's what I want to tell people about the newsletter. The newsletter starts with a commentary about me. Sometimes it's serious, sometimes it's silly. Just depends on how I'm feeling. You can skip through that. What's important is the information in the newsletter, generally around African-American artistic endeavors and how those African-American artistic endeavors are always social and political inclined. Because that's the kind of artist I am. That's the kind of poet and short story writer I am. I don't just write about trees. I need to write about something. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I don't hate trees. I like trees. But, I'm writing poems and short stories. I'm writing about how those poems and short stories relate to us. And like I said, I had to stop writing them. I don't think I told this. I think I told a story about that poem with the terrible dude with the sex poem. And I don't know if I told that story on here or not, but then I had to stop writing the sex poems because of what happened with that terrible story on the sex poem.
No, I ain't never heard that one, bro.
Oh, okay. We get the time. I'll tell you that one. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I used to do politics, love, and sex, and something happened. I said, yeah, we leave that sex alone. Let me leave that one alone.
Hey, come back on a Friday night, man. You know,
we'll tell that on Friday night. There we go.
Gotta have one of these jokers late night.
Oh yeah, Terry, I'm saying Prince, 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 his raw badness, the Minneapolis genius. A lot of people don't know I actually worked with Prince for 18 months. I worked with Prince from 2002 to 2004.
Wow. That's crazy. Yes,
and then again, I come back on a Friday night and talk about that first phone call from Prince. And I was like everybody else. I hung up on the person calling me because I didn't believe. Everybody got their cousin. You think cousin play too much? So Prince, his publicist called me and said, I think I was coming in from Jackson, and they called me on the cell phone. And they said, she said, I'm Lynn Anderson, and Prince really likes your book on him. He likes the work you're doing, and he likes to talk with you. And I told the lady, I said, look, tell my cousin John he not funny. And I hung up the phone. Like that was my first interaction. And so I'll tell the rest of that story on a Friday night when we letting our head out.
Awesome.
All right, anybody, we're gonna open it up, man. We'd definitely love to have, if you got anybody want to come up, speak to Brother C. Lee while we talking on this subject. We can keep it going as long as you guys are interested in covering it. Coach Lewis said Prince was arrested. Yeah, he was.
Yeah, they got the bug shot, don't they?
I've seen that bug shot.
Well, I want y'all to know something. Actually, that picture's a fake.
It is?
Yeah, actually.
All my childhood, they've been lying to me.
That picture is he did get in trouble on the plane, but he was never arrested.
Oh man.
So yeah, in fact, there's a guy, I can't remember the guy who took a lot of the pictures of the freedom when the freedom riders were getting arrested. That's right. Tell my granddaughter Olivia to look at her granddad. That's right. That's my daughter-in-law, sister Alexa. She's a wonderful human being. And look, we couldn't be blessed to have a finer daughter-in-law. And you're right. You tell let my granddaughter stay up and see her granddaddy on the screen.
Hey, Lee, do you say anything to you about purifying yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka?
Want some grapes?
Hey, Zoe.
Yeah, also said check your phone.
Zoe, I will tell you this. I found out firsthand that the basketball story ain't no joke. Because, Paisley Park is this huge.
All right, well, we got a little breaking news. We're gonna mention this.
Wait.
Not breaking news like that, but it's about you, C. Lee. I didn't know that. So Austin wanted me to tell you. He said he will be appointing you as the executive producer / writer for the upcoming football season web projects. I have no idea what the hell any of that means, but it sounds great.
Sound like who's up there.
I love that. So executive producer / writer for upcoming football season web project. So I love it. All right.
Yeah, we've been talking. We're gonna make that happen.
Just subscribe. So glad if you love JSU. But like I said, y'all, it ain't just sports, y'all. We Jack State is a university of such rich history, man, and we got so much we can get into. And I appreciate, brother. It says thank you.
Like I said, Simply Beautiful, make sure you email me. Like I said, make sure you get my email and email me so that you can get the newsletter. That's what I tell everybody. Because a lot of people, say, man, I ain't got the newsletter because you hadn't emailed me. So make sure y'all email me.
Yeah, definitely. Prince Rogers Nelson could absolutely get buckets, man. He was 5'5", but he was a bucket getter.
Get buckets in heels.
Yeah, in blouses. Yeah, all that.
Heels.
So, he was a hockey contract leader of the Golden Class in 1973.
Actually, the easiest way to do it is go through the National Alumni Association. The National Alumni Association has all of the contacts for the point person for every graduating class. So that's the easiest way to do it is to go through the Alumni Association.
Newsletters. Yeah, I absolutely love the newsletter. I mean, a lot of times when he comes on and he's sending out the newsletter, he do the work for me. I don't have to go and clip it or chop it up. I take what he sent to us and just put that out there.
See, Lee, did you meet Mickey Free?
I did meet Mickey Free. I do have a Sheila E. story which is everybody gets mad at me for this Sheila E. story. This story about Sheila E., I'll tell this one quick. This story about Sheila E. never met Vanity. This quick story about Sheila E. This was actually before I had officially met Prince. Because my book came out in 1996. I was going to Minneapolis in 94 and 95 doing research. So when I was going to Minneapolis in 94 and 95 doing research, I was actually meeting everybody around Prince before I actually met Prince. I was at this place called Bunkers. Bunkers was a place where Prince would go and play, take his band down and play. And there was a band called Dr. Mama's Combo. These are just like Brother Benjamin Bradley. He's in the chat. He one of them real Prince nerds like me. So these things I'm talking about, Dr. Mama's Combos and Bunkers and all that. That's these real Prince nerds like me. So I'm at this place called Bunkers, and I'm getting pictures. And what I'll do, Ken, is I'll send you some of those pictures. And so I'm getting pictures of different people, and I got brother Lewis. I got a story for you. I saw Prince open for Rick James in 1980 for Rick James. I got a quick story about that for you. And so I'm getting.
I bet that was a hell of a show.
I'm getting different pictures, right? I'm getting different pictures, right? So my wife was trying to tell me who do y'all, and for the women in the chat, this was right when, do y'all remember when them little purses came out, but the purses looked like backpacks? They were little purses, but they would wear them on their back like backpacks. They looked like little backpacks, but they were actually purses, all right? So there was this little girl in a little blue jean set. She had a blue jean shirt, blue jean pants. She looked like she was 12 years old. She had one of them little purse backpacks on. So I'm getting pictures of everybody. And so I actually say to the little girl, because there were, I'm getting pictures of Prince's band. So I asked the little girl, I said, sweetheart, I'm sorry, but could you step to the side a little bit? I'm trying to get pictures of the band. And the little girl said, okay, sure. That little girl was Sheila E.
Wow.
So I asked Sheila E to get out the picture.
Wow. That's awesome.
She was short. She had on just this little blue jean. She didn't look like, so yeah. So that's my one. She needs. In fact, when I came back to try to get her picture, of course she wasn't solid. But she like, no, you had your chance to get my picture. So yeah, I was never able to get the Sheila picture.
So I'm gonna jump down and then we're gonna come back to John Bennett. James said first concert Jackson, Mississippi, Rick James tour, Prince opened, best concert. Wow.
Yeah, Prince opened for Rick James. I went to the show in Memphis, and I can tell y'all this. I'll give you the title in a minute. I can tell y'all this. Rick James had to fire Prince either right after the Jackson concert because Prince was giving Rick James the business. Prince was when Prince would leave the stage, at least a third of the audience would get up and walk out. Like he was giving Rick James the business. Now, let me tell you, I wasn't supposed to be at that show. My father, I've been telling this story for years. Until the day my father died, he used to say, you ain't telling the story right. I don't look good in the trumpet pop. If I told the story right, you would look even worse. Okay? My father, because here's why. My father took me to see Prince open for Rick James when I was 10 years old. I was 10 years old. He didn't do it on purpose, though. During that time, the way that concerts work, if you had like a contractor's union card, you could go and work and do stage setup and all that. My pop had a friend in Memphis who did that kind of work. He went up there to do the work. So they in the back. Well, somebody decided that it's too dangerous for this 10-year-old to be back here while we setting up the stage. Go let him sit out front because ain't nobody out there where the audience is. So I'm sitting outside. Evidently, they forgot I was out there because 30 minutes turned into an hour turned into 2 hours, and next thing I know, it got dark, and somebody said, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome recording artist Prince. Now, I'm 10. Remember, Prince had 2 albums out before this. He had the For You album and the Prince album. Dirty Mind had just come out. So in my mind, I'm thinking For You, the Prince album, when those curtains pulled back, And Prince walked out there in a trench coat and some drawers. I remember being 10 years old. That dude ain't got no pants on. That dude is not wearing any pants whatsoever. I was like, I'm 10 years old. I'm like, that dude ain't got no pants on. All right? Now, here's what I remember most from Prince's show. Prince has a song on his Dirty Mind album. I'm not going to say the title of it. If you're a Prince fan, you know, because the title is a word that I can't say on the stream. But if you know Prince and you know the Dirty Mind album, it's a one-word title. That's all I'm going to say.
Yeah.
Well, when Prince went into that song, Marcus, Ken, and Zoe, as a 10-year-old, now watch what I'm about to say. As a 10-year-old, I saw something happen that I had only seen happen in one other place. Church. I had never seen people fall out and get slayed in the spirit. When Prince went into that song and they started chanting that word, this girl next to me fell out. And I didn't know. I said, church must be like the whole house because they falling out like they are in church. And I was 10 years old and that was mine. And then after that, Rick James came out. Now remember the name of the tour. The name of the tour was called the Fired Up Tour. Okay?
It was a letdown.
Rick James came out, and these were Rick James' exact words. That little pervert has effed up the stage. It's time to fire it up. And confetti that looked like little joints started coming out the ceiling. And I said, my mama did not know I'm here. Ain't nowhere in hell mama know that daddy got me seeing Prince opening for Rick James. So that was my very first Prince moment, and I became a diehard Prince fan at the age of 10. Rest in peace, Daddy, for making me, by mistake, a diehard Prince fan. Somebody asked, I think it was Simply Beautiful, somebody asked, was Prince a diva? I can tell you how I want to ask that question. Like all people, Prince had an ego, but he wasn't what you would call a diva. In fact, Divine Inspiration, the 18 months that I worked with Prince, how can I say this? Talking to Prince was like talking to your big uncle. Here's one of the things that people don't know. Here's how you could tell if somebody lying that they met Prince. If they say they met Prince and they start speaking in a high voice, that's a lie. Prince had a very deep voice.
He did.
And so his natural speaking voice was a very deep voice. Mm-hmm. And so, and also one thing that surprised me was when I first met him, I was surprised how chatty he was. In fact, that first interview, we talked for over an hour because I was in my car driving home. I was coming from a literary conference. We talked for over an hour the first time. And so when I got there, and I'll say the rest of the story, but no, Prince was not a diva. He was like someone said, he was a perfectionist. Prince was one of those people who had the luxury, and I wouldn't say luxury because he did it this way. He was only concerned about being a musician. He wasn't interested about anything other than being a musician and how you could help with his mission. So if you couldn't help him with his mission of being the best musician on the planet, he had no use for you. He was not interested in your mistakes. He was not interested in your excuses. Let me give you a general Prince day. This was a general Prince day. They started rehearsing at Paisley Park at 10 a.m. They would rehearse at Paisley Park from 10 a.m. to about 6 or 7 p.m. Damn. Then from about 7 to 10 or 11 p.m., they would record what they just rehearsed. Then they would go home for a 1 hour break, and they would come back and either at Paisley Park or at a local show or a local club and play what they just learned for another 2 to 3 hours. So if you were a Prince employee, you were on the clock from 10 a.m. to 3 or 4 a.m. The first time my wife and I partied at Paisley Park, the party started at 1 a.m. and Prince damn near danced us to death till 6 a.m. When we left Paisley Park, it was light. It was daytime. Damn. We walked into Paisley Park around 11:30, 12 o'clock. Prince hit the stage about 1:30, and he jammed until the sun came up.
Damn.
When I say, when Prince say too many hits, too little time, that was true. So yeah, a normal Prince day would be from 10 a.m. to about 2 or 3, 4 the next morning. Yep, he plays in a band called Dr. Mama's Cone. Brother Benjamin Bradley's right. That brother there, brother Bradley, is a great photographer and musician. He's also a Jackson State grad.
Outstanding. Rick James was hottest artist out. Prince was just beginning his legacy.
Yeah, people forget what a star Rick James was.
Yeah.
And that Prince, as a newbie, was giving Rick James the business. Yes, brother Willie T. Jimmy Jam, Terry Lewis were in Prince's band at the time. Prince fired Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis because they missed the gig, because they were out producing when Prince told them not to produce.
Yep.
Here's a little known fact about that. Yes, Prince did fire Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis, but Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis tell the story that even though Prince fired them, they got their paycheck every 2 weeks for 6 months after Prince fired them.
Mm-hmm.
So even though Prince fired them, they still got their check for 2 months. Yeah, somebody says Corey Dunham played drums. Corey Dunham and her husband, they're both Howard grad. Oh, I'm glad you put that there. Let me tell you about Prince's HBCU connection. So Prince has a strong HBCU connection. People think that Prince's HBCU connection starts with FAMU and playing with FAMU in the Super Bowl. It started long before that. I actually worked with Prince, as I just told you, from 2004 to 2002, 2004, 18 months. So that's an HBCU connection. Corey Dunham and her brother Josh, Howard graduates, played in Prince's band for 2 to 4 years. But here's the other thing. There's a guy named Morris Hayes, Mr. Hayes, and I can't wait to see Zoe and Marcus's face when I tell you this. Morris Hayes is the longest tenured musician in Prince's band. He was in Prince's band longer than anybody else. He was a UAPB graduate. So a UAPB graduate is Prince's long. In fact, when they get together and they have those Prince reunions, they bring all the band members back. It's not somebody from the Revolution that's directing the band. It's Morris Hayes from University of Alabama, University of Arkansas Pine Bluff. He is considered the de facto leader when all of those great musicians from Prince get together. So Prince long had a HBCU connection.
Wow.
That's crazy.
History, man.
That's crazy. I tell you what, I was going to look at that list. I never saw Rick James. My greatest regret was I never saw Michael Jackson, never saw Marvin Gaye perform live. I tell you what, though, nothing will ever top my first concert. Very first concert I went to, my parents took me to because they couldn't get a babysitter. It was Frankie Beverly and Mays live in New Orleans at the Orpheum.
Yes, sir.
I mean, at the Sanger Theater.
Yes, sir.
And my mom was pregnant with my sister, so the whole family was there. First concert I ever went to. Coincidentally, it's my favorite album of all time.
Mine was.
That was in 1982. I was 4 years old.
I think mine
they were
1982. I was just born, sucker.
Look here, Frankie Beverly Mays. I got a pleasure to see Frankie Beverly Mays probably about 3 times. Last time with my wife, and so yeah, so that's what I tell people: you never saw, particularly before Frankie Beverly lost his voice.
See you later.
If you never got to see Frankie Beverly Mays before Frankie Beverly lost his voice, you missed something.
See, Lee, that concert, they made that album live in New Orleans. Well, they have that. But it was on VHS. They actually recorded and put it out. It was on VHS. You can actually get it on. You can actually watch it on YouTube now. Yep. But man, I'm not even exaggerating. I've seen Frankie Beverly and Mays. I'm not even exaggerating. Probably about 30 times in my life.
There you go.
But the greatest highlight I have, I think, of any artist, when we talk about stature, because I saw Prince when it came. What was it? 2004, 5.
Well, he was in Biloxi in 2004. He came to Jackson in 90. I want to say either
I thought like 2000, somewhere around there.
98. He came, I think
it was something like that. I went to that concert. But
yeah.
When it comes to musical stature, the biggest performer I saw live was James Brown.
Yeah. Yeah, I got to see James Brown a lot of times. I saw James Brown open for when they were still doing Jubilee Jam. And I saw him a lot of times in the 80s. You're right. That James Brown show. James Brown, we on Jubilee Jam. James Brown like dance me to death.
The best concert I ever seen in my life, Earth, Wind, and Fire.
Oh, Ken.
So, let me tell you, I was working for Enterprise Rent-A-Car. And I don't know if they still do this, but when you became a branch manager, everybody would go to the managers meeting in Orlando, Florida. We go, they rent out these 4 big hotels. We were eating when we first got there. And Andy Taylor, who was the CEO at the time, son of Jack Taylor, who started Enterprise. After we finished eating, they go up on the stage, they say, and we never knew who the musical act was going to be. So they tell everybody, all right, you guys get done. We're gonna go back here to the back, and I had a concert. Man, the back wall opened up. When I say I'm talking about everybody was alive. It was a full-fledged concert. You had my man that was getting down with the guitar, jumping around. They performed like 13 songs, man. We were starstruck. And it's like 2007, bro.
Seriously. I'm gonna mess you up.
Also, R. Kelly though. R. Kelly was really good.
I was just gonna say the best one I went to was R. Kelly. In 2007 at the United Center.
I'm gonna mess you up, Silly. I'll show you how much Jackson has changed. I remember right after Marvin Gaye died, which was in '84. I cried, by the way. And I remember later on that year, in the fall of that year, Lionel Richie had just left the Commodores. Commodores came out with Night Shift.
Yep.
And they would perform. They actually performed at the Jackson Fair.
Yep.
And when I was a kid, the Jackson Fair used to always have good acts performing at the dang on fair.
Yep.
OJ performed the Jackson Fair. The Commodores. Oh my God, what's that chick name? I'm about to say Sherry Pips Ride, not her.
You do the comments, bro.
What's the oh my God, I got a face in my head. It'll come to me, man. Solo artist from New York.
Mary J?
No, man. This is in the 80s, but all the music was out like in the 70s and 80s. God dog it, man.
Yeah, and so while you think about that, here's something that's important that you mentioned that needs to be mentioned, and people forget. People forget that at one time, not just the biggest festival in the city, the biggest festival in the state, and one of the biggest festivals in the South was the Fair Street Festival. People forget that every major black act used to come to the Fair Street Festival, and the city killed it because white people wouldn't invest in it, and that's how they got Jubilee Jam. Jubilee Jam was a spinoff. Thank you for saying that. Fair Street Festival. Because I saw somebody put Roger and Zapp in. Roger. Here's who I saw at the height at the Fair Street Festival. Roger and Zapp, Barcades, Confunction, Cameo, Brick, Commodores. They were regulars at the Fair Street Festival. And because the white people in the city and the state didn't want to get behind the Fair Street Festival, they created what the Fair Street Festival used to be, along with their homecoming every year. Fair Street Festival used to be part of the high school day with Valley. That's what Fair Street, you're right. So Jackson had their homecoming concert, and then Fair Street Festival would always coincide with high school day against Valley.
Yep.
That's why Valley used to always have that game here in the vet. Because it was around that same weekend of Fair Street Festival. There were a couple of questions in the chat. Willie T asked about the story about Prince and Michael Jackson. There are a couple of really good ones, but I'll say this. People like to say the best way that you would use would be like frenemies, but that's not even a good term. Michael Jackson and Prince had a really complicated relationship. I don't want to say like Jordan and Barkley because that would be wrong because both of them would be considered champions. They were two. Go ahead, Zoe.
No. When you said that about a kid and look gonna know what I'm finna go with this. We had a real good discussion in New Orleans. That's why I'm gonna touch on this. When you mentioned Michael Jackson and Prince.
Oh,
go ahead and finish your story. I'll get to it.
I would say this, and with the stories that I know and the things that I know, they were two dudes who respected each other. And it's hard because you see two dudes that wear makeup and permed and curly hair and frou-frou stuff. It's hard to see them just as two dudes with A-type personalities. And I'll tell you kind of what their relationship was like. During Michael Jackson's tour, I think it was '88, Prince went to go see Michael Jackson backstage. And Michael Jackson at the time was Love Sexy. And so Prince doing the Love Sexy tour, he would have like his name and 1988 and all of that on his gear. So all his whole band had their name. So Michael Jackson liked the jacket. And Michael Jackson asked Prince, he said, "Hey man, can you give me a jacket like that?" And remember this 1988. And Prince said to Michael Jackson, "Yes, I'll get you a jacket like that, but I'm gonna put 1984 on it because that's the last time you had a hit."
Wow.
So that's the like people don't know, like that's the kind of back and forth. It was a frenemy banter. They didn't hate each other, but they was both after each other's neck. And that's the best way to put it. When you got two dudes who good and know they're good, they're always at each other's neck, but it wasn't like they completely hated each other. So a couple other
so I will tell you, see that we was in New Orleans for the Legacy Bowl, right? So man, we up just out in the spot, you know what I'm saying? Look at the speakers going, got some music playing. So, we just, talking, getting ready to go. And I don't know even know how we were playing Freddie Jackson, dog. We were playing Freddie Jackson. So, we jamming, right? I don't even know how we got a dog conversation, but it was like, man, everybody really don't just be bumping Freddie Jackson like talking about. You know what I'm saying? And I gave the analogy. I was like, well, bro, if you really think about it, who was the biggest star out at the time in the genre with Freddie Jackson? I was like, it was Luther Vandross, right? So I was like, a great comparison would be, well, kind of, sort of. I was like, it was like Luther Vandross with Michael Jackson. Freddie Jackson was like Prince. I said, but Prince had way more hits than Freddie Jackson. So I said, it's really not a good comparison. But I said, in the kind of conversation where we're going, I'm saying it was like Michael Jackson was in another stratosphere. Right. Prince was up there, but he wasn't in a notoriety like Michael Jackson was.
Right.
I said, it's the same way with Luther Vandross and Freddie Jackson. I was like, Luther Vandross was in a whole other stratosphere. I said, but Freddie Jackson was like this little underbelly right under him. But I was like, hey, if you listen to Freddie Jackson had hits. That first album was a banger.
Right.
And so we'll sit there about that. When you said that, I pointed that look. I was like, remember we were talking about that.
Man, I still listen to Freddie Jackson to this day.
I listen to him every day.
And I think that's right on. And I think the other thing is, and whenever I remember I gave a lecture on this, and a lot of people got mad because when I gave a lecture, they thought I was dissing Michael Jackson. I wasn't dissing Michael Jackson. I was just trying to tell you, Michael Jackson, we forget, came from the Motown factory.
Yep.
Motown was a hit factory. Motown was interested in one thing and one thing only, producing hits. Right? We had to remember that that Berry Gordy took the way he created Motown was based on the Detroit line. Yep. Right? They were crafting hits. So Michael Jackson's whole thing, even when he became a solo artist, was crafting hits. And people always ask me, so if you both recognize him as genius, why did I gravitate more toward Prince than Michael Jackson? You have to understand. I'm a blues cat. I'm a musician's cat. Mm-hmm. I don't dig people that's not musicians, right? That's why I never really got into hip hop, because I could never embrace sampling. So the point I made when people got mad at me, I wasn't dissing Michael Jackson, but I was saying that let's look at their two biggest albums, Thriller and Purple Rain. Okay? Yeah. And look at what they did after their two biggest albums, right? Michael Jackson, after Thriller, basically spent the rest of his life trying to make Thriller 2.0. Bad is just Thriller 2.0. The next album after that is Thriller 2.0. What Prince did immediately after Purple Rain was he gave you Around the World in a Day, which is nothing like Purple Rain.
Yeah.
When Prince came out with Around the World in a Day, people were like, what the hell? What is this? Prince was announcing to the world, I'm not trying to be your factory hit artist. Factory hit entertainer. I'm a real musician. And if you're going to follow me, you're going on a musical journey. Now, I'm not saying that makes one better than the other person. What I'm simply saying is Prince made it his career to see where music could be taken.
Music.
And if you're a person who just really love music, then that's why you chose Prince over Michael Jackson. But let me just be clear. I don't think as black people, we should be fighting one black person over another black person.
We shouldn't.
I hate it when we did it then. But it's okay to say, hey, look, on my iTunes, I got all the Prince. I tell people, you can't talk to a real Prince fan about Prince's best album because we're going to tell you about the album he released in 1994 that was never released. That y'all ain't going to hear that was a bootleg in Europe somewhere. So don't ever get into an argument with a Prince fan about what's Prince's best music because I'm going to start talking about some stuff that ain't never been. But what we should learn to do is, as we always do, is understand that black people have never been a monolith. African people have never been a monolith.
Yep.
And to respect the diversity, that there's room for all of us. But just for me as a blues cat and a rock and roll cat, Prince was a musician for me that could take me on more musical rides than anybody else.
Here's the thing, EA, you're absolutely right, but that's not what I said. I never once said that Michael Jackson was better than Prince. I don't even talk like that. What I said specifically was, and what I'm saying can't even be debated, there is no artist since the creation of music who had a bigger platform or who was a bigger star than Michael Jackson.
No.
He is the biggest. He is the biggest entertaining star in any type of music genre. That can't be debated.
Yeah,
so I never said that he's better than Prince. I actually love both of them. But you can't sit here and tell me that Prince's musical celebrity, well, I should say musical, his celebrity, Prince is not even on the same level of Michael Jackson when it comes to stardom.
Oh, nobody.
He's not. Is Prince a better musician? Hell yeah, because Michael Jackson wasn't even a musician. Michael Jackson didn't really write his songs.
He was an entertainer.
Michael Jackson was just a performer, an entertainer.
Well, Zoe, I will say this.
He was a singer too.
Yeah, I will say this about Michael Jackson though. Here's the one thing, like Prince was a musician. I will say this about Michael Jackson though, and I have to say it in this way for the musicians to understand.
Hey, this is a good point right here.
Right. I saw Michael Jackson make some thugs faint. That's when I was done. I saw some thugs faint. But what Michael Jackson was able to do is he could sing and beatbox the things he wanted the musicians to play. So that's why he gets writing credit. Now, he wasn't an actual musician. He couldn't play it. But he could actually come in. What he would do is he would record himself singing and beatboxing the parts that he wanted them to play. And then, of course, the musicians would have the job. So I want to give him that credit, but he's not a musician. But he did have enough of an understanding that he could do that. Well, I want to say one other thing somebody put in about Signs of the Times being a double album. What most people don't know is Signs of the Times actually started out as a triple album. And Warner Brothers wouldn't release it. So the double album that is Signs of the Times is actually because they made Prince take about 6 or 7 songs off so it could be cut down from a triple album to a double album. Just another example of just how prolific Prince was as a musician.
Yeah, but but Michael Jackson is the biggest damn artist ever, and that's without the internet. You gotta look at the time when it was out and everything else.
Yeah.
But no, I'm a huge Prince and Michael Jackson fan. I don't pit one of them against the other. But in the conversation that the three of us was having, it wasn't even about putting Freddie Jackson against Luther Vandross. We were just drawing a comparison because even
we were celebrating both of them. Actually.
Yeah, we're celebrating both of them, but we were just pointing out the differences. And I gave that comparison, but even when I said that, I said it's not fair. I said it's not fair to even put Freddie Jackson with that because Freddie Jackson wasn't as big of a star or didn't even come close to being as big of a star as Prince was. But I was just saying in the comparison to how we're talking, that was the best comparison.
Well, it was a great comparison.
Because they was out at the same time.
Yeah, when you factor in maybe the fall off of stardom. Like you got now, don't get me so don't get lost in what Zoe was saying. Like Prince was a star,
big star.
But when you compare it to the stature of MJ, plus I know what EA said. If you knew Prince was a recluse, man. He wasn't trying to be around no cameras like that. He was so mysterious. Every time he talked, you wanted to hear what he had to say because he just didn't. You didn't get to hear that much. You know what I'm saying? Right. So that's why when Dave Chappelle come out with the skit, everybody it's so funny because it's like people really didn't get a chance to see all that. You know, but Mike was just. Man, Mike was such a big star, man. He could just turn his head and people just. I mean, it was crazy, man. He just snapped his finger and Joker passed out.
Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man.
Like, that was crazy, man. You know, some of my favorite MJ songs, "Girl of Mine." Yeah. We'll get it to the.
But look, I got Steve Lee. I got to tell you, as much as I love Thriller, that ain't my favorite MJ album.
I tell people that they shouldn't sleep off the wall.
Off the Wall is better than me.
Yeah,
I like Off the Wall.
I freaking love Off the Wall.
Yeah, I like Off the Wall.
Off the Wall is the shit.
Yeah. People forget, and here's what people forget about that album. That was the album that truly announced Michael Jackson as a solo artist. Right? He had done some solo things before then, but Off the Wall is the album that Prince and Quincy Jones made sure that they were saying, this is going to be the top solo artist. Right, they were laying that groundwork. Right, they were definitely laying that ground. So I'm with you on that, and I think that people need to revisit Off the Wall, just for composition. Right, how to compose songs. That record, because that record is. I tell you what makes that record brilliant. It's a jazz record it's an R&B record played by jazz musicians.
Yep.
If you go look at the people, if you go look at the liner notes, right, which is why I hate streaming and downloads and all that, you don't get liner notes. So young kids today, they don't get to read liner notes and know who are all the musicians and all that.
Now you're showing your age because, again, being a music head, that's what we used to do. Well, that was the album. But you get the cassette before they got CDs. You get the CD and you open up and you read the credits.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? You learn quick who were the background vocalists.
Yep.
Who, you know what I'm saying? Who played the drum? Who played the bass? You knew who these players were back then. Hey, but I'm gonna tell you this. I had this conversation just last week about Michael Jackson, right? Because you have to understand there was no internet at the time. To kind of put it into context, the way of the world at the time, and I'm going back to remember how it was when everybody, and I mean everybody, black, white, Latino, Asian, did not matter, tuned in to watch that Motown review when Michael Jackson was coming out performing Billie Jean for the first time because Thriller hadn't even came out yet. Because remember, Billie Jean was the first single.
Yep, it was the lead single.
You gotta understand, it was the look that he wore when he had the whole sequin outfit with the glove, you know what I'm saying, with the sequin socks, performing for the first time. And man, it's almost like the world stopped when he did the moonwalk.
Facts.
Man, I'm like, man, y'all don't have a clue what they did at the time. There was no internet.
Right.
Understand, there was no internet. And the whole entire world took note of this. And when this dude did, and let me say this, Michael Jackson was not the first person to moonwalk. He actually got there from Boogaloo Shrimp. Boogaloo Shrimp, I forget his real name, but Boogaloo Shrimp is Turbo on Breaking.
Hold on, just a second. Boogaloo Shrimp, but actually it was Jeffrey Daniels Shalamo who taught it. Now, so that's I want to be Boogaloo Shrimp popularized it, but it was Jeffrey Daniels of Shalamo who taught him how to do it.
And Boogaloo Shrimp is from Baton Rouge, by the way. And put that out there, lived in California. But Michael Jackson was taught the moonwalk.
Right.
But because he put it on a national stage, it was like he was credited for it. Bro, when he did that, I'm telling y'all, the world stopped.
Yeah.
Like you got to understand, people were glued up to their TV, and all people did was record it, played it back, and did it. The next thing you know, Beat It was the next single. When Beat It came out, bruh, everybody and their mama tried their damn best to get that damn jacket and that shirt.
You heard it.
Dude, everybody and their mama
that shit was a game
tried to get that damn jacket and that damn shirt. You want to talk about people having knockoffs for that jacket and that damn shirt? Y'all don't understand. There was no internet.
You talking about the Thriller jacket?
Beat It.
Oh yeah, the Beat It jacket.
Everybody and their mama try to get that damn
jacket
red.
Thriller jacket red with the black zippers.
One quick thing, because Willie T is writing in somebody else. So yeah, it's actually the moonwalk is a misnomer. What Michael Jackson is doing is actually not called. Michael called it the moonwalk, but it actually wasn't called that. It was called the glide or the slide. The moonwalk was actually another dance, right? And so yeah, so they called it the backslide, right? And Michael renamed it the moonwalk. And in fact, when we get into this, Boogaloo Shrimp, Shalimar, and here's the problem when you try to draw a line in the sand. And there's a couple of great documentaries on this. But if you go back to like the Nichols brothers, the great tap dancer, the Nichols brothers, if you go back to Cab Calloway, and even from them to James Brown, it's very difficult, and you have to be careful when you start saying this person invented the moonwalk. It's like trying to say who invented popping and locking, who invented ticking, right? It's you're gonna run into a historical problem, and what you just have to say is that these are things that are representative of African genius. But you're always going to trip yourself up by trying to say this person did this. The one thing that we know for true is that Jeffrey Daniels of Shalimar taught Michael Jackson how to do that dance, and then Michael Jackson misnamed it the moonwalk.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, you gotta understand, there was no internet, and this was something that was seen across the world, bro. And cable wasn't even readily available to everybody at that time.
Right.
It's another thing. Cable was not readily available all across this country. But everybody all around the world caught wind of Michael Jackson on this black program, Motown 30. And then,
Motown 25.
You're right, Motown 25. Look, see, Lee, because you're bring me to my next point. It was Motown 25, which coincidentally brings us to Motown 30. And who was in Motown 30?
Jackson State. There you go.
Hey, man, to this day, man, I love that. Man. Was that 90? 1990?
No, it was 1990. And let me tell you, because it comes down to that great halftime we did at Baton Rouge at Southern, and I was there. And they announced it as soon as they were leaving that game, they was getting on the bus and head down to LA. And that's what the boom broke out. Do what you want with the umbrellas. Stole the crowd, man.
Hey, somebody send me the clip, man. I know it's got to be a clip out there, bro.
Wait, hold on, bro. Hold on. Wait 1 second. Wait a minute.
Somebody in the chat asked about Morris Day and the mirror. That was what's what I want to use.
Boom, rock. Hey, man, the boom is just.
That was improvised. That actually was something. The whole mirror bit with Morris Day was something that actually was made up by Jerome. That was not part of the actual set. When they were rehearsing, Prince had them rehearsing in a warehouse. Gentlemen. And
good.
The song Morris Day asked for a mirror. And while they had been rehearsing it so long, Jerome just went and snatched the mirror off the bathroom wall and ran over to Morris. And Prince loved it so much, he said, we're going to put that in the show. That is how the whole somebody bring me a mirror started. Was just Jerome was joking around at rehearsal one day, and Prince thought it was funny and kept it in there.
Wow.
Weird, brother.
It's at the end, though.
Huh?
Got to be at the end, huh?
Oh, toward the end, yeah. But that's the whole halftime. You talking about the dance part, yeah. I just sent you the Motown 32. And Motown 30.
Can we hey, to all my boom alums, I know we be doing the boom shows on on Tiger Talk.
Yeah.
Can we get this? Can we get this 1990, 1989 energy back? Because
it's not the band. It's not the band. It's the crowd.
But it was synergy though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I look here. I ain't gonna lie to you. I used to do this after every homecoming, and my students used to hate me. You know what I used to? I used to go to class every Monday, and I have band, I have boom members in my class, and I would say the same thing every time. How come the band from '64 outmarched and played y'all at homecoming? They used to be so mad. They used to be, yeah. The 64, 74, 84 boom outmarched y'all at homecoming. I got tired of homecoming, and the alumni band was outmarching the new band. So I'm with you, kid. Them old heads is killing the new boom.
No, Benjamin Bradley. No, sir. We talking about Motown 30. Way better than what you saw at the NAACP award. That's what you talking about with Seth Entertainment. What you saw at the NAACP awards don't compare to that Motown 30, dog.
Let me Boris Meeks got a quote, and I'm just gonna move his timeline a little forward. Black people were not played regularly on MTV until '82. In fact, MTV refused to play black acts. And I want everybody in the chat, because I want to say something, and this is important. I want everybody in the chat to go Google this, because it's important that if you don't know this, some of y'all in the chat gonna know what I'm about to say, some of y'all not. There are three reasons why black people love David Bowie. And people who don't know who David Bowie is, you need to go and research David Bowie. But there are three reasons why black people love David Bowie. One, because of his wife Iman, because Iman was fine. Two, because David Bowie made some of the greatest music that you ever gonna hear. And number three, in either 81 or 82, David Bowie was being interviewed on MTV. And in the middle of that interview, David Bowie, this didn't have nothing to do with the interview. In the middle of that interview, David Bowie said, "How come y'all don't play black artists?" Just in the middle of the interview. And sometimes when you catch somebody off guard, they tell you the truth because they can't lie. And the dude literally said, "Well, we know that there are people in the Midwest, and if they see a black face on MTV, they'll turn it off." That was his exact answer to David. And David Bowie's answer was classic. Was like, all right. Like, that was literally his response. Was, all right. And it was because of David Bowie and because of the pressure that Michael Jackson's record company put on. Michael Jackson record company said, if you don't play Michael Jackson's video every day, we're not going to give you any more videos from any of our white artists. So MTV refused to play black artists until either 81 or 82. And this is also important because white people now, since Prince had died, have tried to change Prince's history. Prince never had a white hit until Little Red Corvette in 1982 on MTV. Prior to 1982, Prince was only played on black radio and charted on the R&B charts. So when white people now try to talk about Prince being a crossover artist on the jump, that's a lie. So yeah, so I'm glad but I just want to say that MTV refused to play black artists until either 81 or 82, and it was because of David Bowie and Michael Jackson's record company.
Hey, Silly, let me give you a little Zoe nugget. Do you know that the founder of MTV is from Jackson, Mississippi?
That I did know.
Robert Pittman, the creator of MTV, is from Jackson, Mississippi.
Hey, man, I'm sorry, y'all, but I need the boom that come back with this type of
Robert Pittman. Look it up.
I'm about to check that out.
Now Taylor is the GOAT, by the way. That's right, Carolyn. You put that up there. Miss DT, but anywho. Hey, I'm about to upload this. Y'all gonna love this. Just hang tight. Give me about 2 minutes if y'all don't mind.
Yeah, man. It's funny when you think about it, right?
Actually, well, EA, that's not 100% true, EA. I'm, that's again, you're talking to somebody who's
not true.
Again, my book on Prince been taught at 10 different universities. That's not 100% true, and a lot of that, it wasn't that he didn't want to be looked at as a black artist. It was that he didn't want to be confined to black radio. Two different things. I mean, I've lectured on that extensively. I've been on panels on that extensively. So it wasn't that he didn't want to be looked at as a black artist. And in fact, I can, trust me, in my scholarship, there are things that I can show that would refute that 100%. There we go, Robert Pittman.
Should we avoid it?
Wow.
Started MTV, iHeartMedia, and AOL.
On Christmas Day.
Crazy, right?
Does he claim Jackson, Mississippi, though?
Yes, he does. He's still alive. He's still alive. Yes, he does. And grew up in Belhaven. Well, Belhaven and left Jackson and born in Hattiesburg. He Mississippi through and through.
Yeah. Willie T, he wanted to be viewed as a musician and nothing else. I mean, he wanted to be genderless, all of that, because he understood that in an article, there's an article I published called Prince as a post civil rights archetype. And in that book, I go through and I get all the quotes down, and there's a stat that I put in that book, and I don't have the year in front of me, but essentially, if you remember, if some of y'all in the chat may remember a black rock band called Living Color, right? What people don't understand is that there was a period. There was this European band called Thin Lizzy, and Thin Lizzy was led by a black bass player. Black bass player was a European. So do some research on a band named Thin Lizzy. From Thin Lizzy to I think Living Color, the Billboard's white rock charts refused to let a black person chart. And Prince did everything he could to break that segregate. And so he was willing to do anything he could because he knew that as long as white artists got to play rock and roll, they were still in black music and misappropriating it as its own. And that was his whole project, was to reclaim rock and roll for black people. Go ahead, Ken. I know you want to upload that.
Hey, Silly, if you don't mind me asking, what was rock and roll started at?
Oh, rock and roll comes out of Clarksville, Mississippi.
Okay, then.
Yeah. Yeah. Rock and roll comes out of Clarksville, Mississippi. No, look here. Don't let me break down my starting five from Clarksville, Mississippi. There can't nobody from Brooklyn, Detroit, LA.
Starting five.
My start, look here, Marcus. My starting five, we running everybody off. We up by 20 at halftime.
Hey, you said that wrong, Silly. You said that wrong. You gotta say that's where JSU by 40 originated from.
That's right. JSU by 40 originated by that Clarksville, Mississippi starting five.
Hey, this gonna be a little blurry because it is 1990. But shout out to Zoe for sending me this. This was 33 years ago.
Blow that up, dog.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen,
Blow that up, dog. They got to
is
feel
on
that.
its way to Los Angeles,
I was
California, to participate in Motown's 30th year anniversary, which will be aired on CBS in November.
I was there live in Living Color.
The Boom is in Louisiana, and as a
Arabon
tribute to Jaguar fans,
Arabon.
the Boom performs a Louisiana favorite, Rebirth Brass Band's Do What You Wanna. Get it, Boom! Let's go down to Louisiana, Boom.
You gotta go back some, kid.
Huh? Well, I can only upload a certain amount. Look at that energy, bro. Come on, man. We need that energy back.
Back to the foot.
Hey, man.
Yes, sir.
Man, that performance right there top anything in the last 20 years.
Los Angeles, California. Motown's 30th year anniversary, which will be aired on CBS.
Hey, Dr. Jim James said.
No, it was on that.
Okay.
It was at the beginning of it. Hold on just a second. See, listen. You gotta catch the first part of the video.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the Sonic Boom is on its way to Los Angeles.
Say, hey, y'all, let's get retarded now. The party started.
In Motown's 30th year anniversary, which will be aired on CBS in November. But tonight, the Boom is in Louisiana, and as a tribute to Jaguar fans, the Boom performs a Louisiana favorite, Rebirth brass band's "Do What You Wanna." Get it, Boom!
Yeah. Man, listen, bro. That was epic, bro. I'm gonna upload this Motown clip here in just a second.
Wow, that that video don't do it justice though. Being there.
Yeah, a video.
That
energy was insane, and that was in Baton Rouge too. And that's
1990, bro.
He said Louisiana.
Hey, now,
hey, y'all, let's get retarded now.
I'm a resident now.
Let's get retarded now. The party started.
EA said, do I consider Little Richard the true king of rock and roll? And that's going to get me to my 5 points. But here's what people don't know. They don't know this. Actually, Little Richard and Chuck Berry had their first hit 2 months apart in 1955. So we give Little Richard more credit than we give to Chuck Berry. And again, I have a whole lecture on why we should do them equally. Now, so these are Little Richard's words, EA. Little Richard said that he never would have perfected his style had he not heard Ike Turner's Rocket 88. So Rocket 88.
Or I tell wrong.
Mississippi.
Okay.
And that's why I said, so let me just go and run down this starting 5 for you. And when I'm in Detroit or New York and I say Brooklyn, any one of them 5 islands they got, you can go get anybody you want from them 5 islands and 5 boroughs in New York. They gonna get a run off the court by halftime. Compton gonna get run off the court by halftime. New Orleans gonna get run out. Yeah, they're gonna get run out the court by halftime because these 5 men from Clarksville, Mississippi, W.C. Handy, Robert Johnson, Muddy Waters, Sam Cooke, Ike Turner. That's music. That's music. That's easy.
Hey, hold on, silly. I know I'm way younger than you, but could you tell me what W.C. Handy did? Can you tell me what he did, dog?
W.C. Handy is not only considered the godfather of jazz.
Okay.
Before that, he actually codified what became known as the blues.
And guess what else he did? He created Alabama A&M Band.
Yep, he did. He did.
I'm dead ass serious.
So all of that happened, you know, and I want to be clear. They were playing, you know, remnants of what was the blues in Clarksdale, but it was W.C. Handy who basically put it all together, and you got what became known as the blues.
Scrap dirty.
I'm dead serious. That dude.
No, sir. Yeah, Sam Cooke is from Clarksdale, Mississippi.
Oh, he sure is.
Right around the street from my neighborhood.
Look. Moved up to what we call North Mississippi, aka Chicago.
There you go.
Look, came back to Clarksdale and almost killed himself in an accident with Lou Rawls on the back seat.
Yep.
That's crazy.
And here's one thing. And here's one thing for my New Orleans people and my Louisiana people. And if you want to refute me on this, I suggest you go see one of my elders, one of my OGs in New Orleans, a brother named Columbia Salam. Columbia Salam is a poet, playwright, music critic out of New Orleans.
I just tell him Assalam.
I just want to say this. While jazz was created in New Orleans, jazz was created in New Orleans by Mississippi musicians who left Mississippi in Reconstruction looking for work in New Orleans. So yes, what you call jazz, and we all know that the original players didn't like the term jazz, but that music that became known as jazz was created in New Orleans by blues musicians from Clarksdale, Mississippi.
Hey, Mississippi is known as the birthplace of all of America's music.
That's right.
Gospel, Mississippi. Rock and roll, Mississippi. Blues.
I got one for y'all, man.
Soul food.
From Hollywood. Motown 30, what's going on? Please welcome from Mississippi, the Jackson State University Marching Band.
Man, look at that energy, man. Dazzling J sets. Finna break it down, y'all.
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
You don't see nothing?
No, it ain't up. You see something up?
Ain't up. You know about that, boy? Man, it's so epic right here.
Kim Cole, Terrence Trent D'Arby, Philomena Fernandez, the fourth top.
Man, watch how they come in that thing. Look at that thing. Oh, I love it.
Whoopi Goldberg, Robert Leon.
Oh, man, to this day, it's still fire, bro.
the Jackson State University Marching Band.
Ain't nobody fucking with us.
Dale Christian,
Not playing.
Patty LaBelle, Don Blewett, Arthur Mitchell's Dance Theater of Harlem, Louis Frank, Smokey Robinson, Sinbad, Meshack Taylor, The Temptations, Robert Townsend and his partners in crime, Denzel Washington, Damon Wayans, Keenan Ivory Wayans, Walt Whitman and the Soul Children of Chicago, and Stevie Wonder.
Man, that's that. Hey, bro. Hey, listen. I would love to hear from the Boom. Like, what year was the greatest year? 90 is up there, bro.
I know one of them had to be, I get the years wrong. It was either 82 or 83 was real good, and 88 was good too. I hear it because I hear people talk about those years often.
Hey, man, you brought it up, bro. I still, to this day, every time I've ever watched that video, I've always gotten chills, man. Just watching that. Yeah, that's for all the newcomers that ain't never seen it before. Some of the new folk that might be in the chat tuned in. Somebody said 84.
I told you. I know it was one of them 82. I know one year 82. One of those years 82, 83 they were bad, but 82, 84, 86,
98, 83. Oh yeah, you know they go. Hey, this is. Hey, this year right. Hey, this time right here, 88 through 92. Right. Hey.
But that 1990 squad, bro.
Look at this, 1988 and 1990.
I told you.
88 was a hell of a year, man.
Hey, in 1990.
88 was a hell of a year. I was born.
Hey, man, you were still your daddy. You were still your daddy nuts 87, though.
No, I was out in 88.
Oh, my goodness, man. Shout out to all the Boom out there, man. Make sure you guys are tuned in to Tiger Talk for the Boom, for the sessions. Said, can Google JSU Tiger fight, Wavy Day kicking? Nah, we ain't gonna do that. I remember that.
They got more than They have more than one though.
Yeah, for how many?
Yeah, what I said. It's always a fight. That's what time it was. I seen that one though. That was the one where it got a little crazy over there.
You know,
the one at Grambling was the best.
Well, that may have been the best, but the Wavy Day fight I remember is the one where Wavy Day grabbed the mascot and picked the mascot up. And when he dumped the mascot, 60,000 people went, ooh! And then, wait. So he dumped the mascot, 60,000 people went, ooh! And then the mascot head came off. And everybody saw it was a girl, and everybody went, oh! Didn't nobody know the mascot? I mean, there was a girl under there.
Hey, the one at Grambling though definitely got bad. That's the one when he ran on the field in front of Wavy Day. Ooh, man, Wavy Day jacked that joker up.
They said, just to let y'all know we were playing, that was a recording. We just marched to the recording because we were playing too loud at the numbers we had. Hey, man. That's what's up.
Yeah, man.
Don't tell me nothing else. Just let me think whatever I was thinking over there. I'm sick and tired of going years and thinking that things are a certain way, and then y'all come back to me telling me later that it wasn't really like that. I told y'all Rob J had me thinking in 2010 that was Marcellus Wilder all the time, man. And it was Rico Rich. It took Fred to tell me that. Fred was like, yeah, that's Rico, man. I'm like, no, man, it was Wilder.
Rico.
Yes, indeed, man. Man, oh man, we got some standbys coming up, y'all. Just FYI. I
told y'all Friday. I told y'all this week is gonna be. Hold on, how they say on the Guinness commercial? Brilliant. I'm telling y'all, this week is gonna be lovely.
Oh wow! I just got a photo from. Oh my goodness! This is
oh my goodness.
What the year is this?
Yeah, man. That doggone Wavy Dave, man, he did not play.
I love Jackson's college band.
You said the first band?
The first band. I'm finna upload it.
Prof Davis. Hey, so funny story. When I was at Powell, all the music that we got that came from JSU, and not just at Powell, it was like to all the schools in Jackson. The music was written by a guy who arranged the music, and it all had Savid on it. Savid. That was Prof Davis. He wrote his name backwards.
Oh, wow.
And so he would write the music. And so a lot of people don't know that Dow Taylor is the one who actually wrote the arrangement of Get Ready that we play. He was a student arranger at the time. He was a student arranger at the time. Well, he was a senior year, I believe. And he's the one who wrote the version of Get Ready. But Prof Davis was still arranging music. So when I was at Powell, and even when I first got to Callaway, because I was in the band at first, and then I actually was over to start playing football. Well, I only played football 1 year. I played my senior year. But
this is right here.
At 10th grade, I was in the band. And I played sousaphone, coincidentally. But
you played what?
All our music came from Savid. I never knew it at the time that it was coming from Prof Davis.
What the hell is that? A flute?
Later on, I learned it. I played sousaphone.
Sousaphone.
Yeah.
Tuba, man.
Tuba.
You never heard sousaphone before?
Man, I ain't no band head, bro. I don't know nothing about no damn instrument. I thought you said you played a clarinet or something, man. I'm like,
a flute.
I can say, well, you don't know. You don't know. I don't know, man. I'm not a music head when it comes to that.
You feel like that new instrument, sousaphone?
I don't know what the hell you talking about. Sousaphone. I say tuba, motherfucker. You talking to this dummy over here. You talking to a band idiot. I'm just telling you. I love the band now, but I don't know no John Philip Sousa. See, y'all, hey, listen, I ain't even pretend like I know. Nope.
Oh, what's going on, this janky?
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all like this right here. Laugh till your stomach hurt. I feel no shame for not knowing what that is. I have no clue.
But actually, Ken, to that point, that's actually one of the things that creates the JSU sound is the sousaphone. And what is it that we play? Because we don't play flutes. We play what is it that we play? Piccos, yeah. That's what makes the Jackson State sound different because the sousaphone is a smaller tube.
I love the band heads. I love the boom alarms and the musicians that do what they do. Ain't my forte, but I love it. I love the sound. You know what I'm saying? When them damn piccolos be, I do know when them damn piccolos be going too long, you hear that. You like, come on, like who the hell holding the note?
I just enjoy the arguments and fights at the bottom of the U every game.
Man. That man talking about the white tubas, man. I got you, bro. Because when your ass don't know nothing, I'm gonna just talk to you like you're supposed to know. I don't supposed to know that. I don't. I know now the sousaphone. I'm like, oh yeah, the tuba. Now see next time, oh yeah, you talking about the tuba? Yeah. Your ass didn't know it either.
No, I didn't know that. I'm not wrong for that. I got a janky signal tonight. I don't know what the hell going on.
No, I'm just playing. It's all good.
No, somebody said I'm wrong for that. Like I got off the screen. Now my internet signal janky. See, I'm popping right back on this thing.
It wasn't a hate. You know what I'm saying? But let's be real, Natasha.
No.
There's nothing manly looking in your section and you see another dude like me. Come on, let's be real, but let's be real about that.
Hey,
I'm just saying. All I'm saying is that you go home playing the flute, man. I'm gonna tell you, put a little bit more bass in your voice, man.
Hold on. Damon Shears, you better bet your bottom dollar. I did see Janelle Monáe Mother's Day tribute. I see everything she do.
You saw it too?
I see everything she do.
Oh yeah, you talking about the video?
I'm about she was on stage.
I see everything she do.
No, I didn't, man. I did see a little something. I'm okay with that, Trent. I'm trolling, man. I don't know. Y'all can't take me serious with this. I don't even know what a sousaphone is, so I'm giving you my thought process on it. But no, if it's actually pretty dope though. If you can play a flute, let me clean that up because I know how sensitive you band heads get. You come for me. You can't come for a joker that don't know it. You know what I'm saying? Like you should just dismiss me like Ken don't know what the hell he talking about. He ain't no band head. That's how you should treat me in regards to that. But I remember for all you. I want to say this though. Let me say the one other thing. I shut up. I got nothing but respect for those that have the ability to take an instrument and make sounds, to make the communication that come from that. Your ability to make those instruments talk is unbelievable. And I'll sit there. By the way, I am a band. I'm kind of band obsessed. I can sit there and watch it. I don't know what I'm looking at, but I love the sound. I love to see people, do their things on their whatchamacallit. If I could go back, I would have done an instrument, but we were poor, so I ain't had no.
Look, I used to be a pal. Look, I was a pal. I kid you not. I used to bring the damn tuba home on the bus, be in my backyard marching like I'm acting like I'm in the damn.
You know what I know now, bro? I'm telling you right now, bro. If I could go back, I would definitely be a music. Like I would definitely learn an instrument, 100%, bro. Especially I was living in Austin. And I'm watching, cats just gigging the stuff that you probably hated and dreaded coming up. They now was able to take that and turn it into a nice little hustle, man. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I played trumpet in the 6th grade.
That's dope. Oh, we got a new member, Leonard.
That's because I couldn't play football until 7th grade.
Mr. Anderson, welcome to the channel, man. Appreciate you. Hey, man, this is kind of a little unconventional. I love that we went off the radar. This was a perfect show for a Monday, especially with the day being the day. For those that didn't know, May 15th is a historical bookmark, for Jackson State with, Gibbs-Green.
They live in infamy.
Yeah. But it's one of those things that shaped history, and but we appreciate Brother C. Leafer, man, coming in and dropping so much knowledge. School one, I purchased one because I don't like sharing. I don't. I'm just not. I'm not that dude.
I'm glad we came back around to it. Tomorrow at 4:00. If you are in town, Jackson State will be doing the annual Gibbs-Green commemoration. So you can come to Ayers Hall tomorrow at 4, or you can get on the Jackson State University Margaret Walker Alexander Facebook page or YouTube page. So you can participate in the annual Gibbs-Green Memorial. You can either come to Ayers Hall. It starts at 4:00 with the and by the way, FYI, this year is gonna be. I hate to use the word awesome, but it's gonna include a virtual reality.
Oh wow!
Component for those of us that are there, and they are warning people because it's a virtual reality of what actually happened. Dang. So they're warning people that if you're easily triggered,
wow,
you may not want. Yeah, but that's also to let people know how Jackson State's digital archives, and particularly the Margaret Walker Alexander Research Center, is stepping up its digital resource game by offering this virtual reality. So yeah, 4:00. Now I don't know how it's going to play. If you guys who are going to watch it, via the YouTube channel or the Facebook channel, but yeah, there'll be a virtual reality component that they're going to be introducing. So yeah, please, if you're not doing anything, 4:00 tomorrow, come to Air Hall or jump on your Facebook and YouTube. We'll have the regular reef laying, and then after we lay the reef, we'll get into the regular program.
This is why, listen, folks, like this is why people, what this is a small, not whole view of why Jackson State alums and Jacksonians and JSU Tigers go as hard as we do, the way that we, the way we go, you know what I mean? Because there's so much that comes with this, you know what I'm saying? Like, we lifers, man, and everybody has their perspective. Like, no one perspective is greater than the next. Some things are more near and dear to you than this one. And it's just interesting, you know what I'm saying? And we got so much out there, man, to be learned. I learned what a sousaphone was tonight. So just trust me. But my point is, people don't get it, man. They don't understand it. But it's the fiber of who we are, especially growing up in that city of Jackson, man. And not really understand, especially for us younger. Like, you know, I'm a little bit younger than Zoe, and obviously Marcus is a little bit younger than me and all of us. But it's interesting to see where everybody picked the story up at in their own lifetime and what they can relate to. And this is also another opportunity for us to be refreshed on some things that we heard maybe once or twice, but to also learn some stuff that we didn't know about. And that's what's so cool about all these years, Ken. After all these years, I still know what you're talking about. There is no time frame on ignorance. If you don't know, you just don't know.
Right.
Said, did you or Brother C. Lee talk about the issues of just? That's exactly what I wanted to talk about as well. Thank you, EA, because I knew it was something I was leaving off, man. I did want to touch on this tonight because I wondered. I was like, man, how you have the initial. It disturbed my spirit, man. And me and Zoe too. We both were talking. I was like, man, I think we wound up saying, man, why the hell is this bothering me so bad? It bothered me, man. Like, really did, man.
I did.
It was like a dark cloud just descended on the day. And I don't know Ja Morant from a can of paint. Well, let me say it this way. He don't know me from a can of paint. I do know of him. And we root for the young man. The kid is unbelievably talented, man. And he is in a position right now where he has changed the trajectory of his life and his kids' life and their kids' life if managed the right way. And it's just it's a painful thing to see somebody lack so much, like visibly lack a form of self-control, and just seeing you lose so much over something so trivial, man, and so unnecessary. Mm-hmm. So let me say it this way, and then I'll let y'all address however y'all choose to. We get on his panel. We done talked about the hoods we come from, and the hoods we represent, and the stuff that we've seen. I had a conversation with someone about. I actually had somebody ask me this though. About when last time you been back to the hood? I said, do who? Yeah, when last time we went to Brown Bottom? I'm like, pardon my French, but I was like, what the fuck? The hell am I going back over there for? You know why I can't go back over there like that? Last time I went over there, I saw a childhood friend of mine who was on the basketball court with me that was strung out on crack cocaine. A good close friend of mine, and we cried in the service station because I couldn't quite understand how you got to a point where we saw what drugs was doing to our community, affected my family personally. Like, what happens to make you say I'm gonna? And maybe his stuff got laced. I don't know. But he asked me if he could wash my car for $3. I said, bro, I can't let you do that, man. I'll give you the money. And it broke my heart, man. And he stood there. He was like, bro, I just looked. I was like, bro, what happened? Like, he was just like, I know, bro. I know. And it broke my heart. I cried my heart out behind it. I was like, no, bro. Are you serious? I said, I ain't never coming back. There's nothing over here but death, destruction, everything. You know what I'm saying? And you're a product of your environment, right? Mm. So when we come from those types of environments, I'm sorry, bro. When we make it, we ain't trying to go back to do nothing unless we going back to maybe do some invest. I ain't trying to do nothing because you have to deal with the traumas. You can almost tell because there's a lot of examples of guys that don't come from that type of environment. 2-parent household, went to private school, super duper talented. Your dad was there with you, helping you train and get you to that level. And now that you're at that level, it's this infatuation with this idea of what you think that is and what you think is going on. Now, I know all the arguments on his side of why he may haven't done anything wrong. But from my perspective, it's just like, bro, you have a responsibility, man. Because one of the things that Zoe and I talked about, and I cussed a few times tonight. We were talking about, being cleaning it up, not cursing. we have to be cognizant of the fact that despite the fact that we're on YouTube and y'all see our face and we have fun, we get comfortable, we talk about Jackson State, I still work for an organization that in the wrong situation, if I say the wrong thing, somebody could take a small clip of something and come back and say, hey, what you said doesn't line up with what we represent at this organization, and I could potentially lose my job if the wrong thing is said. When I work for myself, you can really do what you want to do. But when you work for an elite organization, where I'm talking about like 1% to 2% of the athletes that play that sport make it to that level, and then not only did you make it to that level, but you're like a perennial face of the league. Like you're an ambassador to the highest extent, because Ja Morant is what we call a superstar. I'm very careful with how I use that word, but I think Ja Morant, from a talent standpoint and a stature and what he's done on the court, has elevated him to superstar status. And it's sad to see somebody that we know I think Ja is a really good guy, man.
Plus the market that he is attached themselves to him.
And you're in a small market like Memphis, Tennessee, a blue-collar, grinded-out city, and I just don't understand it. Like, can I be honest, and I ain't trying to insult the young man, it's actually corny, bro. It's corny as heck to be like, it's nothing cool about it. We all got guns. Like, trust me, there's some people in this chat, myself and others, that got some guns that makes folk that get real nervous when you see what folk working with. And that's the type of stuff you ain't trying to show nobody. You really hope you ain't never got to go get that type of, you know what I'm saying? You hope you're not in a position where you got to use that, right? But rapping and having a good time and flashing a gun is the greatest, is the most corniest stuff I've ever seen in my life, especially for a young brother that's making $230 million. Got a $230 million contract. You're an ambassador for Powerade, which you lost. Now Nike done paused you. It's like, and I get the people saying, hey, man, what about his friend that was recording? You need to get other friends. Well, what I saw was the friend and him having a good time. You got to think about it. You're in a social media era. Your friend is excited, you know, whatever. And it looked like he was trying to hurry up and change the camera, because he looking and he go back and put it back on Ja. And Ja got the gun. He tried to hurry up and like, whoa, you know what I'm saying? And do you take it? Do you delete it? Like, did he delete it and somebody grabbed it and screen recorded and replayed it? Like, we don't know. But for that to happen 2 months after the previous incident where you lost 8 games, I told Zoe, I said, Zoe, they're going to suspend him for half the season, bro. If he don't get the whole season, they're going to hit him with
41.
Hit him with the whole season or either half the season. And that's going to be without pay. You're going to be used as a poster child for whatever the case may be.
It's going to be a minimum 40 games.
But here's all I'm going to say in closing, and my point, my initial opening about that. The point is, right and wrong is determined by the conduct that you're governed by in that contract that you signed. There is a clause in your contract that speaks to conduct detrimental to the organization, that logo, as well as to your franchise that you play for. And whether we think it's right or wrong, that's irrelevant. When you represent such an elite situation like that, where people look up to you, people buy your shoe, people want your autograph, people want to be like Ja, it's just distasteful, man, to put yourself in that situation. And somebody whose dad been in their life, I just see, you know, and I don't know T. Morant, his dad's name T. Morant, but every time you see him on the sideline, he looked like he cool as heck, and he looked like he trying to be his father. But that's my opinion, and I don't want to act like my opinion is what it is. You just wonder, like, where's the disconnect with this young brother?
Well, you know? I see a lot of lunacy today. Like I saw, I hate even use this dude as a reference, but like I saw Block Boy JB.
I saw that.
Up, and I was like, you actually put out here for the world to see, like, you do crystal meth too. Like, but the problem is there's a segment of people that age demographic that feels like he does. Like, it's his gun in his car on his property. I'm like, all that can be true. Two things can be true though. I said, I tell you what, idiot, you got a job, right? You can go buy alcohol legal anywhere you want to. Go to your job drunk. Go to your job drunk. And tell me if you still gonna have a job. I tell you what, weed is legal in California and Oregon. Go to your job high. Go to your job high and see if you still gonna have your job. Yeah, you can legally buy weed, but go smoke it on your job and let your bosses see you. You can drink alcohol. You can buy alcohol anywhere. It's legal in all 50 states. Go to your job, pour a glass, sit there and drink it, and get towed up and be throwing up on the job and see if you still gonna have your job. I mean, we have to stop with this lunacy. Like, bro, and the crazy part about it is he just put a statement out saying that he learned to error his ways not even a month ago. Not even a month ago. Then they gave you some sham to say you going to counseling. You ain't going to no counseling. They just did some BS. I don't even think he went. It's just some BS so you can get back into the playoffs. And then literally, not even a month ago, you doing the same damn thing. Some people saying, oh, his friend should have been posting it. It don't matter if they posted or not. Damn what the friend did. You should be holding the goddamn gun to begin with.
Well, you knew your friend. First of all, Ja was totally aware that his friend was on live. Yeah, of course he knew. But I'm just saying that there's something going on up here. I don't know if it's the music. I know he listened to the NBA Youngboy just dropped another album. I
listen to NBA Youngboy. I ain't right here showing my pistol on the damn on the
camera, bro. I know. And it's like,
he hasn't affected me at this point. You are what you repeatedly do. Period. You like to flash guns, and you ain't even about that life. What's so crazy is people who are really about their life ain't listen to the music, flashing their gun.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The people that's
the crazy part about it.
Really,
who are you fooling?
You ain't
fooling, dude. Hey, bro, let me tell you something. Let's keep it a book. Let's keep it a book. Ain't really no hard dudes in the NBA, bro. Like, you want to sit here and claim to be a thug, but you playing ball every day. Like, who are you fooling? Like, dude, everything that dude is doing is a facade. You look like a blow pop, dog. Seriously, like a candy treat. Seriously. You ain't intimidating nobody. You ain't putting no fear in nobody's heart. Let's call a spade a spade. You got money that you blowing away right now because you want to show I gotta say this too. I'm sorry, this is a shift, but I gotta say this because I asked somebody this earlier. Hey, bro, you got a husband and wife, all right? Your son is a professional athlete. It don't matter the sport. The wife runs into an issue in any public place. Why in the hell is her first phone call to her son?
Mm-hmm. Well, you say you got like 5 other incidents.
Oh, no. Why is any time a woman who got a husband, first phone call when she have an issue is to her son?
Who are you talking about?
That's a major red flag.
Right. He got like 4 or 5 issues he done had. He just don't talk about it.
No. His mama calls him, not her husband.
She did it, what, twice?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a major red flag. Why is a wife calling a son?
Well, I do feel like sometimes I don't know. And maybe it's some type of self-sabotage type situation going on. I can't answer. Only Ja can answer that. I don't know. I think we all have these moments.
No, Ja can't answer that. The mama gotta answer that.
But here's what I say. In the club, I don't know. I think they said he wasn't drinking alcohol. He was just having a moment. You know, I don't think he was drunk in the club. We know he wasn't drunk in the car. It's just this moment of this untouchable feeling. I do what I want to do. And it just seemed like in that moment, he had a very immature moment where he was like, yeah, I know I said it, but I'm going to do it again because I'm me. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't stop me. I do what I want to do. Yada, 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 right? But
hey, you know what I tell them? We can't stop you, but you can.
Yeah.
And you do. Dude, we can't stop you, but you can. You can fool us all. Look, well, he can't fool us because we see you, man, you weak as politician. But the thing is,
I ain't even from.
But you stop yourself. You stopping yourself. He is stopping himself. The dude already lost $30 million.
That's what it is. Lack of impulse control. It was an impulsive moment. You know what I'm saying? And
whoa, Carolyn, Dillard, I totally disagree with you. Because whatever ties that a husband and wife got, they had that long before Ja was even born. Money don't change the status of a father in the head of his household.
Well, really, all money do is just bring out what's already
there. It enhances what's already there. Hold on, Ken. That's my check. When did Ja get this money, Ken?
She just got.
Hold on. Was Ja a breadwinner 5 years ago? No. Was he a breadwinner 5 years ago? No, he wasn't. So
no, I didn't even know about the mama calling. Like that's just how
she on 3 occasions.
Yeah,
three different
some high school kids.
3 different. Well, there was in the mall one time.
He came.
Look. They in Foot Locker Foot Action. She called him, and he come up there with like 10 dudes to a mall. You an NBA player. Why is the mom calling the son? But hold up, to Carolyn's point. You say because the son of breadwinner. He just got money 3 years ago. John's 24 years old. He's 24 years old.
Well, here's the thing, man. The only thing I would just say is that I know me and CD talked about this. Unfortunately, the rules are just different in the world that we grow up in. It's two Americas, man. And there's just certain responsibilities that you just don't. Man, we say this all the time. HBCUs are treated like black people, blanketed, profiled. Every one thing applies to every last one of them. The reason that this is what I'm saying. What he did, it hurt me because I'm sitting up here like there's not many opportunities that a black person in his country could get a hold of that type of, you know what I'm saying, money to change the trajectory of his community. I said, hell, if you're going to keep throwing money away, just donate. You could have donated $1 million to 40 HBCUs. You're going to get $40 million.
Yeah, football girl, he already not getting the Supermax because he didn't make the All-Star game.
Well, he wasn't getting the Supermax.
Yeah, they eliminated that.
But about to lose some sponsorship right now.
There is no justification.
Nike ain't snatched.
This is what I'm talking about. He was done with it. You see what I'm saying? Like, think about it. He came back, had a phenomenal playoffs. His team just didn't perform as well as he did. Even though the Grizzlies lost, he did extremely well. And when you start performing again, guess what? People tend to move on from it and be like, okay, it was a blunder. He'd had a screw up. But now that's when people start questioning, okay, maybe there's something else going on with this young man. And I really, like I said yesterday, I was like, man, we're not going to throw him away. You know, we definitely going to root for him and we want to see him get it together. But it's just painful to see, dudes, you finna get sat down and that franchise get to hang on to that money that they would have owed you. You know, I would feel better if some kind of way they was able to take his salary and donate it into an area where it could be of use. But instead, because of what he did, that revenue is going to stay within the franchise from what I'm thinking. I don't know. It hadn't come down, but I think, like they said yesterday, he's pending a significant suspension. And I think it's just going to be, they're going to set it. They're going to make an example out of it.
I think it'll be till the All-Star break.
Bro, Nike has said they're about to pause his contract.
They already paused it. Yep. So when you lose endorsement money, they said, what I saw today was they said that when you look at all of the factors in it with the possible suspension, that he could lose in excess of $100 million. And you tell me, I don't care how you look at it or how you splice it, to just lose $100 million.
We're keeping it real goes wrong.
Just for the moment, that one little. It's tough.
I just want to
go ahead.
Ken, I gave Ken an article to put in the chat. And when you guys see that article, that's not about me, but that's the title of the article is "Who Actually Gets to Create Black Popular Culture." So I'm gonna step back from the Ja Morant thing because I'm always like person, event, concept.
Okay.
Ja Morant, his issue is a larger issue that we have in our culture around a misnomer of Black authenticity.
Mm.
And so in Black popular culture, here's what you have to understand. What drives Black popular culture is white consumption of black popular culture.
It's a great point.
So when black people cross over, we were talking about this. So when black art crosses over, whether it's film, whether it's music, whatever it is, when black art quote crosses over, when black art becomes the biggest thing, it's because white people are buying it. And here's the problem. Usually when white people en masse embrace black culture, they are embracing or trying to live vicariously through what they see as the most authentic way of hood living. Because you have to understand this, and I'm going to get directly to my job point, but I need to set this up. You have to understand that white people don't know how to walk, talk, dress, or dance until black children between the ages of 15 and 25 tell them how to do something. Everything that is American culture is black culture. The problem is that as black people, we have stopped separating what I call our front room culture and our back room culture. Front room, in every race, every group has two cultures: front room culture and back room culture. Front room culture is what we show to people outside our culture, and back room culture is only what I'm sharing with Ken, Marcus, and Zoe. The problem is we have gotten so lucrative, we've gotten so much profit showing white people our back room culture, that now white people have taken that and promoted that as authentic blackness. And our problem in our culture is that authentic blackness has been rooted now in thuggery, has been rooted now in gang affiliation, has been rooted now in everything. So now when you see young people being authentically black, what does it mean to be authentically black? It is now extremely connected to gang and thug culture. And so Ja Morant is just another individual. It's not just, if we single out just Ja Morant. For me personally, you a fool, you get a fool circumstance. That's period. If y'all want to say, if y'all want to do, you do foolish stuff. You have to understand, this is me. I'm the bad guy in this. When stupid people do stupid things, they should suffer the consequences, and a little smile goes across my heart whenever a stupid person does something stupid and suffer the consequences. I don't feel bad when stupid people make stupid decisions. But in a larger context, we don't, as a culture, want to have a conversation that when people talk about what is authentically black, what is being a real black person, and being all these things that we talk about being I'm really black, has been deconstructed and devalued to being thuggish, being gangsterish, being in a gang, being inarticulate. It bothers me when you're being real black by being inarticulate, by not being able to string constructive sentences together. And so Ja Morant is now just another example, but nobody wants to call this out. Nobody wants to say that. Now, let me come back now, in where I come back to. All of this now is, again, the same fight. And so isn't the majority pushing that thuggery? Yes, they're pushing it, but it's being pushed to our detriment. See, when you say the majority, see, those white kids gonna buy our CDs, dress like us, gonna do all these things, but then they gonna go to school Monday morning and act right and get into college and go on with their lives. See, these white kids gonna come to your neighborhood, listen to your music, dress like you, spit slang like you, right? Listen to your music with B's and H's and all that, and listen to your music with y'all calling each other N-words and all that. But then once they finish listening to it and buying it and enjoying it, they're gonna go right back to their nice little gated community.
Different reality.
They're gonna make certain scores on the ACT and the SAT, and we can talk about it being culturally biased if we want to, but that's what's happening. So yes, the majority is pushing it, but we're the ones that the majority. I live in Clinton, and there were a group of young people mad at me because when I would drive by these young people in Clinton and they got their pants sagging and they talking slang and they doing all this, I would roll my window down and I would say this to these young men: if you live on the street named after some trees a flower or some water, you are not a thug. You are not a thug if you live on Whispering Pines Lane. You are not a thug if you live on Hummingbird Way. Yet so many of our young Black children have embraced thuggery as authentically Black, and we're not willing to fight it. And that's why I keep saying the two things that's affecting us: white supremacy on one side, Negro ineptitude on the other side, and none of us are fighting against. Because you know why? Because we're all don't none of us want to be called Clarence Thomas. Don't none of us want to be called the sellout Negro. So a brother like me, when I tell them young kids, dude, you live in Clinton. There's nothing thuggish about you. If I drop you off in West Jackson and come back in 10 minutes, you will be in a field position. So stop acting like you from the hood when you live in Clinton. Stop acting like you from the hood when you live in Madison. Stop acting like the hood when you live in Ridgeland. But none of us will say that because none of us want to be deemed as inauthentically Black. And until we are willing to draw a line, see, I come from an era where the most revolutionary thing was an intelligent Black man. I come from an era when spitting game meant you understood the laws and how to change those laws to keep Black people from being in trouble. So check out that article called Who Gets, because you'll be very surprised that you got a lot of middle-class Black people playing thugs. You got a lot of middle-class Black people. And look, I'm not calling people out. Ice Cube went to college. Now, I'm not saying Ice Cube wasn't authentic in his art, but Ice Cube went to college, and there are a lot of Black people who are middle-class Black people who are selling this ghetto hood thing, and it's our children who are falling detriment for it. That's it.
I'm going to wait on Al B to come up. Come on up, Al B.
I'm finna roll, dog.
Yeah, we're going to shut it down in just a little bit more.
Always a pleasure, sir.
All right, OG.
Shit, I wouldn't go to work. I'll let y'all.
All right,
all right, bro. Come on up, Al B. We got a few more minutes, and then we'll close it out. No, would you're spot on, bro. It's man, it just, I don't have a whole lot with it. It's just hard to look at. But like you said, you do stupid stuff. Can't be disappointed whenever it's man said Mr. Sousaphone. Damn. That's messed up. Puff Daddy went to college also.
Yeah, he was Mr. Howard.
Yep. Hey, Al B, you coming up? Come on up, man.
Yeah,
I'll give you a moment, and then we'll shut it down. But no, it's a tough reality, man. Here's what I do hope. I hope he figure it out.
Oh, no doubt.
I hope he figured it out. I think he will figure it out. I think this is I think what he's about to get is gonna be enough to wake him up. And I just hate that it had to be like Grandma said, you done bought yourself some sense now.
Yep.
You about to spend $100 million on some sense.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I ain't got $100 million, so I guess if he don't care, I don't care. I can't care more than he care.
I can't remember the coach who said that, but the coach said the most difficult thing is coaching young people when you care about their outcome more than you do.
That's facts. Brother Al B, the floor is yours, baby. What's happening?
Man, I'm coming. I'm hearing you choppy. I don't know if you're hearing me.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Roger that. All right. How y'all doing? How we doing, man?
Doing good, man.
Good,
The situation with Ja Morant.
Yep.
Put it on, I guess, you know what I'm saying, with my age, you know what I'm saying, and how I came up in Chicago, so, but it reminds me of a couple situations, but one I'll touch on when I was stationed in Japan, okay? So we're at the base club, if you will, right? DJ, everything, you know, and a bunch of younger troops is in there. And they up in here throwing up sets, this, that, and the third, and they don't expect, you know what I'm saying, for whatever reason, thinking, you know, as an older member, you know what I'm saying. But again, if I have young troops, you know, at times I need to go and survey and canvass where they go, you know, so I can know what my troops may be doing.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm in the club, you know, and I see them. But I also notice something that none of them notice. In the Air Force, just like in the other services, they have the equivalent of them three-letter agencies. In the Air Force, is called OSI, Air Force Office of Special Investigations. Okay. Air Force OSI, they're the ones that go undercover and they'll go downtown if it's suspected military members or if it's some type of possibly fraudulent activity that might endanger the base or military personnel near a military installation. They may go undercover to try to see what's going on, all that type of stuff. OSI, clearly, I saw and could tell they were present in the club. So all of these younger troops is in there and they throwing up all of these sets and this, that, and the third. And I know some of them. So the few that I knew, I called them over. Then I told them, I said, tell your friend, yeah, tell him to come over here too. So my rank at the time, okay, Sergeant, all right, you know. So they come on over. So I says, what y'all doing? What you mean, man? We just having fun. Same as Morant in the vehicle with his boy and he showing his gun and all of this other nonsense. They out in a mob in the middle of the dance floor, but they all throwing up and they're from different places. You know, they're from different parts of the country. We over here in Japan.
Okay.
So I said, first of all, let's look at something. I said, if y'all was about that life, none of y'all would be able to have the mental aptitude nor the scores to get into the United States Air Force. If you was about that life, you'd be in the streets. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
First and foremost. I said, so, and then I look at the jobs that some of them do, very technical, and I'm like, and I just pointed to some of them. You work here and do this. You do this here. So where do you think, how is it smart for you to try to be out here throwing up something, all because you thought you was in Japan, that nobody would know what you were doing and nobody would call you out on it? Y'all don't know. Some of y'all do know. I'm from the south side of Chicago, young brothers.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever y'all think y'all doing, this ain't it. Right. I said, I'm stepping to y'all because y'all much rather hear it from me here than for you to get scooped up and put into an interrogation room. And now you're getting asked hard questions that could really determine the rest of your military career.
Yeah.
Because you thinking you just in here having some fun, throwing up sets that you may or may not have any claims to. But if they start an investigation, they'll delve all the way into your life so that they can figure out and ascertain, are you really that?
Mm-hmm.
What are your ties?
Mm-hmm.
And the whole 9 yards? Or are you just a pretender?
Right.
Either way, it's not conducive with not only military service, but definitely being in the United States Air Force.
Right.
Right.
So they just standing there looking at me like, oh, and then someone putting their head down. I said, don't put your head down. Look at me while I'm talking to you. I said, what y'all are doing, I said, every week that y'all are in here, do y'all think y'all the only one in here? And they're kind of puzzled. They're impervious. They just in their own little world. I said, do you all think you all are the only ones in here? I said, I'm in here but I got troops, as you all know. So periodically, older, a senior member, you know, would tend to go, as it's smart to know where your troops may hang out and who they're hanging out with. Because that may need to end up being a counseling session, okay? You may have to I may have to bring somebody in my office, close the door behind you. Hey, I noticed you was out with what's going on, you know, that type of thing. So I look at that, and they all kind of felt embarrassed because I had to point that out to these younger troops, you know, to say, y'all crazy out here.
Yeah.
Right? Y'all looking real crazy. The other example was when I was in Iraq in 2005. Now, because of me being in the J4, which is supply chain management logistics, we had our own gun trucks, so we did our own convoys, right? Because we got to move supplies and equipment around the theater. So we got to go outside the wall. We got to go get it, bring it back, which is the picture that's on my thumbnail on here. That's one of the missions I was out on. We actually took fire that day, matter of fact, because the first, it was two missions. The first mission ran long and the second mission ran over. And as we were on our way back, we ended up taking fire that particular day. So one of the things was when you're going out, and I'm going out on convoys, not just mine, I'm also augmenting the convoy security team. Whenever they're short or got to cycle someone down for combat stress, they come to us and say, hey, we need some people, you know what I'm saying? My supervisor, who was Army, I'm Air Force, but, you know, I'm in a joint unit. So they say, hey, what we got going on? I tell us, we're going to support J3. All right, I go grab 6 magazines, put them all in my body armor. You'll get my M4 rifle, the whole 9. Got my 9mm. I got 3 more mags. Okay, we ready. We go and meet up. You know, circle up. We get the intel brief. What route? Where we go? All that, right? So we would go. So I'm doing that. I'm also doing convoys to support the J7 mission. That's the combat engineers. They got to go and check out, look for property. So I'm out a lot more than the average person may be going outside the wire, is what we call it, into it. So anything can happen once you leave out of your safe zone and you get on the road.
Gotcha.
Well, so I say these things because this brings me to another issue. Huh?
No, I was speaking to Zarante. Come on, I'm with you. Go ahead.
Oh,
you got it.
Roger that. Okay, roger that. So what happened is on our FOB, or forward operating base, where we're at in Iraq, Central Baghdad, we had some of these guys that the term we call them was FOBITs. These are people that never go out. They don't know what it's like, but they front and pretend, and they're like, man, you know, I can't wait to go out there. And they're like, and we like, what do y'all think is going on out there? They thinking that they want to go what's happening. And we would just tell them, like, man, just shut the hell up with all of that. Ain't nobody trying to hear that. We go because we have a mission. Whatever that mission might be is why we're going. We're not seeking that because there's certain military career fields, or as far as the Air Force, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, that are offensive type units. Mm-hmm. They go out and seek to take the fight to them, you know what I'm saying? We're out because we have a particular mission. That mission comes down, we need to go execute the mission. We don't want to be out, okay? But there's a need for us to go. So it's the same thing. We got these FOBs and they, oh man, I can't wait. And we just look at them and we like you said, it's not what you think. Same thing for, again, John Morant, like this whole fascination, and he don't come from that life. See what I'm saying? So those are two different contrasts, you know what I'm saying, that I've, you know what I'm saying, lived, you feel me?
Yeah.
that I can attribute to what he's doing.
Yeah, I got and I'll let Toronto you jump in here.
Yep.
That's
these people pretending.
I think C. Lee really he really hit the ball out of the park with just this why do we have to resort to just a level of just we have to reduce ourselves to fit within this box that we consider to be real, and it's always going to be in a capacity where it's less than what we should be, have representing us or whatnot. But I'll pause on that. Toronto, I'm gonna let you get some words in because we getting short on time. What you got, brother?
Yeah, hey, good evening, brothers. How y'all doing?
Doing good, baby.
Yeah, man. I'll jump in and rock out with you for the next few minutes, man. I've been listening to
TD.
What's up? Enjoyed all the content and enjoyed the information. It was very, it was very knowledgeable, man. I appreciate it. But I have a question for the panel now. Definitely for Mr. McInnes. Listen that you described telling those young men, saying being from crazy that they're not thugs. And then I seen someone in a comment player circle say he teaching in Florida and they listen to more Cardi B, Kodak Black than anybody.
It's always been that way.
Which brings me to the question: how are we supposed to regulate? I mean, it's wrong word to use. How can we get so offended with these young Caucasian kids dropping the N-word when they buying all this music? This is all they hear, and like brother McGinnis said, we open the front end, the back door to let them into the culture. So now you're gonna get mad because they let it, whether it slip or intentionally, you use something long enough, you do something behind closed door long enough, eventually it'll come to the light. Mm-hmm. So how do you get offended or get mad, Mr. McGinnis, when they use that word?
So it's a two-way street. Here's one thing you have to understand, and what I had to come to understand, that we're at a point now where not everybody is offended. See, once we got to, so I'm from the generation where it was not that people use that word, that black people use the word, but it wasn't necessarily accepted. It was tolerated, but not accepted. So I'm from the generation where you knew other people who used the N-word, but you never used it in public. You frowned upon it. Then it went from that generation to black people who said it's okay to use it in public. Now you have a whole nother generation of young people that they actually don't have a problem with their white friends using it. So you have to understand that there could be three people in the room. So I'm the person, I don't let people call me that word. I don't use it. The only time I've ever used the N-word is in a short story. When I'm a character, this would be something that a particular character would say. So when you talk about how do you regulate, you have to first understand that there are some black people, and they're younger in generation, that they don't think it's a problem that their white friends use it. So that's the first thing. You have to. So what that speaks to is not all black people have the same sensibilities. And because now not all black people have the same sensibilities, you have to try to have a real conversation about, is that person's sensibilities constructive to black people obtaining first-class citizenship? And that's what you got to make it as. You got to make it as, okay, if you're cool with this word, how can being cool or not being cool with this word, right, lead us to first-class citizenship? Because you have to understand that, as I say, there are people who are okay with that. Now, he comes back, want to kind of connect with Brother Al B said to the Ja Morant thing, so we have to keep all this together. And as Ken said, again, me talking about front room culture and back room culture. I used to argue to people all the time. When they say, well, why do you worry about certain songs and certain things? Well, Brother IB just made a good point here. And I'm just going to use her as any artist. I used to use Lil' Kim at the time because that's who was probably when I was making it. Lil' Kim may have never gone to Japan, but her music has gone to Japan.
Yeah.
So what happens is somebody in Japan, somebody in Germany, they are getting this music. And that is the only image of black people that they get. They are getting these movies sometimes, and that's the only image of black people that they get. Now, that's a slippery slope. And that's, but we have to understand that if you are not, and I come back to the word regulating or controlling. So the notion about disseminating, that's why that article, Who Gets to Decide Blackness? I used to make an argument there was no such thing as black music anymore. And people get mad at me and say, no, they say, no, see why I said no such thing as black music. There's no such thing as black music when you don't control who gets the contracts and how the music is disseminated. And black people have never owned, we don't own how art, whether it's movies or books or music, gets disseminated nationally or internationally. We've never owned the companies that disseminate music and film nationally. So we actually don't control who sees our music, who sees our movies, and how much of our music and movies that we see. And so because of all that together, you can't just have a general flat discussion about it's okay how people see us, because we in many cases don't even control how we get to be seen in our movies and our music anyway. And that's another discussion that we have to have with the whole notion, because again, the white people in control, they have always promoted what they see as authentic blackness as the most physical, the most sexual, the most violent thing they can sell. When white people are selling authentic blackness, they're selling sexual behavior, violent behavior, and then stylistic behavior. And unfortunately, that's all our children see. But what our children don't understand is they're not seeing us. They're seeing white people's interpretation of us. They're seeing what white people are willing to sell of us. And because that's all they see, then they begin to think that that's authentic blackness. Like how many black people actually went to go see the movie Chevrolet, right? About the black French musical composer. Like, we won't go see that, but we'll go see every hood movie. Yeah, Stolen Legacy. And I'll say something else about that, Brother Dave. When I was a college student at Jackson State, we wouldn't let you in the conversation if you hadn't read Miseducation of the Negro, Stolen Legacy, and Miseducation and ISIS Papers. If you hadn't read those three books, Trent Walker, I think Trent maybe has gone to bed, but Trent can attest to this. If you hadn't read ISIS Papers, Stolen Legacy, and Miseducation of the Negro, we wouldn't let you in the conversation.
Got it.
But because, again, that's not what the majority of young black people are seeing anymore. And they're seeing a very flat, one-dimensional notion of what it means to be black. Many of those young black people, they don't even care if they're white friends. In fact, and again, I'm not saying that I want to be clear, I'm not saying this young man should have lost his scholarship and been banished forever. But remember the white kid who lost his scholarship because he said the N-word? It was actually all his black friends that were standing up for him.
The guy from Florida.
Yeah. I forgot his last name.
Yeah, it was his black friends who were saying they didn't have a problem with it. So you have to understand that you're dealing with three different types of sensibilities from three different types of black people. And if you don't understand that, we'll never be able to have a constructive conversation about what's driving young people like John Morant to think that holding up a pistol and doing those things, because what he's doing is he's saying this is what it means to be black. And then a little black kid who wants to be a physicist, or a little black kid who wants to be an engineer, or a little black kid who wants to learn chess, or a little black kid who wants to be a jazz musician, all those kids are seen as not being black.
Well, unfortunately.
And then you have, coming back, the black kids in the coastal suburbs, the black kids in the Clinton and the Rankin and the Mass and all that. They try. And I end on this. And here's the example I use. Think about the television show Fresh Prince from Bel-Air. All right, think about the television show, not the reboot, but think about the television show. Let me ask you a question, Brother Day. Name one episode where Carlton was ever perceived as being right. Name, see that? How long was it on air? 4 or 5 times? And I can tell you, there was actually one time, and people don't remember. There was actually two. There were 2 times, and the whole time of the series, Carlton was only perceived as being right twice. The one time when Will got shot, and Carlton went to the hospital and took the gun from Will. And see, people don't even remember that episode. Why? Because they don't play that.
Yeah, I remember.
Right? Because they don't want the corny kid. That's the corny black kid. So when the most important images, the most popular television shows are telling young black children that to be intelligent, to be articulate, to want to go to college is corny and lame, then our own black, so John Morant is a victim and a byproduct of selling thuggery as authentic blackness. And until we address that, it's gonna keep happening over and over again.
That's gonna go all the way back to the music, how music has been programming us for quite some time now. I don't give a damn how many white people listen to hip hop. Don't use the N-word.
Right.
Blank period. Ain't no damn excuse. I don't care. I don't care what
Unless you want to have a problem.
Yeah, no, it ain't no.
Because I don't tolerate black people using the N-word towards me.
No doubt.
Okay, I don't tolerate our own people using that word toward me, and everybody that know me know. Al B don't play that. Like, right. You know, because I'm gonna say something immediately.
Now,
I can remember. Go ahead, Ken.
No, I was just gonna say, man, with it. No, you go ahead. Let's go ahead and I'll let you get out your point, then I'll go. Celie, were you finna say something?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that the three of us, we are on the same, but unfortunately, there's a younger generation of people in high school and college right now. They don't have a problem with their white friends using the N-word.
No, I've actually experienced that. I've experienced that with and I can mention two different settings. One of them was a hostile setting in Austin, out on the patio of a was it Sunday fun day type event or Saturday evening, and I was introduced to a Hispanic gentleman, and he was using the N-word, and he shook my hand, and I think he said something like, what I'm saying, like, I'm around, and I'm just sitting there, I'm just looking at and his two friends with him were black. And I'm just looking at them like, bro, I'm from Mississippi. Like, what? Like, I'm trying to adapt. Like, what the hell y'all got going on out here, bro? Like,
right.
And so he shook my hand. He's like, shit, what's going on? I think he might even say what's going on. And when he tried to pull back, I kept his hand. I pulled him in. I said, hey man, let me tell you something, bro. I said, man, don't ever use that word around me, bro. Like, ever. And he's like, oh man, it's cool. And I said, bro, I'm gonna say it again, bro. Don't ever address me with no word like that, bro. So he go over and he go to the other side of the room with his homies, and they looking back at me like, oh boy. Right. And I'm looking at them like, what we on? You know what I'm saying? Like, and I it wasn't even like no, I know where we at. I'm like, bro, we in Austin, Texas, bro, like the suburb. This is Country Clubville, USA. Come on, dog. What we talking about? But I'm sitting up here like, and I told him, I said, bro, I don't care about none of that. I said, bro, I actually got a bigger problem with the two cats that's with you that's making you think that it's all right to talk like that. I said, bro, I ain't from around here. I don't know how y'all get down, but nevertheless. And then the other situation, I'm at work, and there's a Hispanic, it's another young Hispanic gentleman, And every word he's saying, it ain't even you can tell that this is just how he talk.
Right.
Because he was oblivious to what's going on. I said, "Say, bro, come here for a second, man."
Yeah.
Man, we're in this grocery store where I'm working. You know, I'm a salesman for Coca-Cola at the time, and I'm like, bro, it ain't but one brown black person in this damn back room, bro. And you using that word, and I'm back here.
Right.
I have to address you because if you don't stop saying that damn word, that it's gonna immediately revert back to me, and people gonna be like, "I'm cool with it," and
Right.
you're my merchandise, and you like, "Oh, you're." And this is to your point, Celie. This was a younger gentleman, and I explained to him. I said, "My man, I don't know what type of environment you're around, but that word ain't to be utilized with such looseness like that." So I'm gonna say this one time only. But I don't ever want to hear you use that word again around me, bro.
Right.
And when I'm saying that, I'm gonna look you straight in your eyeballs, man. With no nothing. Like, just do me a favor, man. You know what I'm saying? And I get what you're saying. You don't allow nobody to speak to you and everything. But anyway, I don't want to get too far off because it came from Teronte's point.
Right.
But you know, somebody asked a comment like, "How is this relevant to John Morant?" It's a bigger, like C. Lee introduced it by saying it's a much bigger picture of what we're seeing. It's a much bigger picture, and what John Morant is doing is a byproduct of what we're trying to explain. It can't just be saying you can't really just explain it. Oh, this is what it is, or whatever the case may be, other than it being deeper than just idiots. You know what I'm saying? But I love
macrocosm, and microcosms.
No doubt about it. So
I was saying, I was two things. I'll say this, and I said this before. I always tell people, think of it this way: small minds discuss people, average minds discuss events, advanced minds discuss ideas. So if you only discuss John Morant and don't discuss the system that produces a John Morant, you have a small mind. Like the John Morant thing for me was just that's gonna happen, whatever's gonna happen. But now, what produces other young people? Because John Morant is just one young person who's suffering from this systematic thing where thuggery is authentic blackness. And until we are willing to address what's got all of our young people, too many of our young people, addressing or thinking that thuggery is the only way to be black.
And
go ahead.
It's such silly what you're saying. When I say you hammering this thing home to the T, I'm saying it because listen, folks, John Morant has tapped into something that everybody that ain't reached that level of financial security in this world. It's think about it. He has reached a level of what we call he's rich.
Yeah.
And even still, with that being said, like let's take money out of the equation. He has reached the mountaintop of his profession. You see what I'm saying? He's a part of elite company. And for those who keep wanting to make it about the rules, again, you're gonna lose. You're gonna have a hard time trying to sell the Second Amendment rights. He was in this car, this and that. What makes it what it is what he did prior to, what he said after he did it. People feeling like Adam Silver went light on him, and now it's almost like it's like he made a mockery of it. But to C. Lee's point, this that he's saying is so much deeper than what we saw. That we're witnessing a young 24-year-old young black brother that is a millionaire, that is literally mortgaging his future, I'm talking about levels and levels of generational wealth, all at the point of this ideology of just what we consider to be authentic blackness. And I love the way you put that. That's deep, man. You can't just say this just some random kid, but this is John Morant. We know who he is because of what he because of what he's been able to accomplish and what he's done. And you're talking about a superstar. And hey man, too much is given, much is required, man. So I know people keep saying, hey, you got to change the circle. There's something going on inside of Ja Morant that's got to change.
Exactly.
You can
change the circle until you change that. You got to change whatever's in him before he changes the circle. And
man, the first time he did, it's just keep going, Celie. I'm sorry.
And this is, like I said, I like questions in the chat. So when I see someone's question in the chat, I'm not calling you out. I mean, I think it's a good question I want to answer. So Sister Jerica asked, this was a while back, about 11:30. So I don't know if Sister Jerica is still on. She said, not trying to sound ignorant, but I don't see the issue with the gun in the car situation.
Yeah, that was the comment I was gonna put up. Yep.
Okay. And it's good. So here's the problem. There are two problems here. One. The first problem is
politics in the NBA. Hell yeah. Keep going.
Yeah, but it's even more than that. Sister Jerica. There are two problems with what Ja Morant did. One, a gun is not a play toy. That's number one. That's the biggest problem. All of us who have owned guns, strictly for protection. And I want to be fair. I want to be here like I was a gun owner for years, right? And I just opted not to get one. And then I had to end up, I decided to get it, but I was a gun owner for years. And then I just didn't like having it in the house, didn't feel comfortable in the house. But then felt kind of naked without it in the house. So I go back and forth, right? I want to protect my family. But then I'm also worried about just accidents in the house with it. And I got 2 grandbabies that come through here. And I'm so I go back and forth. So that's number one, that Ja Morant is sending the message that a gun is a plaything. And number two, Ja Morant is connecting masculinity with firearms. Those are the two problems. And the NBA as a brand doesn't want playing with guns, and guns is masculinity associated with their brand. But here's what gets mad. Here's what bothers me. We as a black community shouldn't want playing with guns as a toy associated with our brand, and we shouldn't want masculinity attached to guns as part of the black brand. So that's what's wrong with what Ja Morant did. He's, again, sending that message of thuggery as being the example of black manhood.
Man, listen, I'm going to make this simple. We have a gentleman that is, I'm going to bring him on the show. He does this. He's been doing this for 35 years. He goes around and he has these conversations with, he's even possibly going to be speaking with our Jack State football team. And when you think about the young men who go out and make mistakes and throw their lives away, for example, Henry Ruggs. I'm a Raiders fan. I'm an Alabama Crimson Tide. I rooted for him, right? He's driving 127 miles per hour in a luxury vehicle and you lose control of the vehicle. You rear end a young lady. She loses her life. You go to prison. He got a plea deal for 3 years, or whatever the case may be. Football career over with. But what he does is he goes and talks about the decisions that you make. At the end of the day, this is back to when Stephen A. Smith would be saying, stay off the weed, right? Mm-hmm. It doesn't make any difference, like Zoe said earlier. It doesn't matter what you think is right or wrong based off of law as a civilian, as a regular citizen.
Right.
You can do what you want to do, but you cannot be an ambassador of any organization.
Right.
When you are choosing to become a member of an elite organization like the NBA, mm-hmm. they have the right to make the rules.
Right.
It's called player conduct. And unfortunately, folks, it doesn't matter if he gets off on it. You had Powerade, mm-hmm. who is owned by Coca-Cola, who I work for. You're giving that money away.
Yep.
I'm gonna throw this up here. So, like Ken did with this platform, when do we stop talking about it and start doing things to change the repeat? I would not know what to do. Like, I it's not about us doing anything. The best that we can do is have these conversations and stop running from the conversations and being dismissive of it. Because like Brother Seeley said, until we're ready to have these very real conversations about the things that affect us directly. Seeley and I talked today on the phone about something that's very real to me. When you are in a space, when you are in a minority, bro, I'm telling you now, the rules are different. And you have to know that. I didn't make the rules to be. I wish they weren't different, right? But guess what? What'd you say today, bro? Learn how to play it was a quote you gave me.
Oh, the one about Booker T. Washington?
Booker T. Washington. Please quote Booker T. Washington for me.
So, and I want to tell people this. I agree with Booker T. Washington's sentiment. They was on Booker T. Washington. They were saying they wanted him to be more out there on slavery because Mary McLeod Bethune, she was really out there hammering slavery. So asked Booker T. Washington, they said, man, why you ain't saying more about lynching? And Booker T. Washington said, when your head is in the lion's mouth,
okay,
you have to be very calculated about what you say to the lion. And the way I explain it to my class is,
what's that? Hey, who's that young fella that don't talk on the internet? He just go.
I tell people all the time. So if Brother Al B had me in the headlock, and Brother Al B got me in the headlock, and I'm telling Brother Al B, let me go. Let me go. I'm going to punch you in the head. Let me go. I'm going to knock you out. What reason would Al B have to let me go?
He's going to tighten that thing up on you. He's
going to squeeze harder.
Go to sleep.
So you can't, and here's the thing. You can't on the one hand, here's the thing about me. You got all these, quote, real N-words wanting to get these white people money, but they want to get in trouble when you get in trouble for being a real N-word. Make that make sense to me. You trying to be a real N-word, but you want these white people money. Yet the minute your real N-word affects their brand, you mad that you can't be a real N-word.
I'm going to tell you what somebody said to me last night about this conversation, and I had to think about it. I said, that's actually a good point. Because when you bring up the Second Amendment and you bring up NRA, they say, well, Ken, if he was endorsed by the NRA and he was doing a commercial on gun rights, then now you're in a setting where you flashing your gun and you having your gun on you at that point in time is justified. Not just you being in a nightclub. First of all, you can't be in a nightclub. And just so about the rules, somebody mentioned New York. If you're in a different state, just what you did, driving and you're not just facing suspension. You're about to get, the law's gonna come knock on your door because there are certain state, like California got some of the strictest gun laws, man.
Right.
There's a lot of people that's leaving California going to Texas because hell, Texas is open carry and you ain't got to have no goddamn permit. I'm just telling you like that right there. So Florida, these type states are different. But what I'm saying to you is none of that has anything to do. Do you not realize that the NBA is a sovereign?
Yep.
That means it operates as its own entity, man. You can't work within that organization. That's why they have a players association, right? To work on behalf of the players. But really the owners, and it's way more lenient than the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're dealing with something like that, and it's just what makes what John Morant did so just disheartening is the fact that it's nothing is coming of it. Like it seems harmless. It's such a you remember how they always say there's no precedent for it? Mm-hmm. Precedents are set when the first time something happened that's dumb or something that's bad. That's the precedent. So now John Morant is going to be the poster child for this particular aspect. He's going to set the precedent for this type of idiotic behavior. So, again, the Memphis Grizzlies suspends him. They can take hold on. They can take the literature in those contracts. That's why you have agents. That's why you have lawyers to read them contracts, because they if you do the wrong thing, it null and void. I'll give you one last example and I'll shut up. You rent a car from Enterprise. I can guarantee you never ever read the contract in depth.
Right.
I can tell you what's in that contract. I don't care if you spend $30 a day on damage waiver to protect the car. I'm telling you now, if you rent a car from Enterprise Rent-A-Car and you put the damage waiver coverage on there, but if you go out there and you start doing Need for Speed because you just watching Fast and the Furious, you just voided the contract because you've gotten outside the parameters of the bylaws of that contract. If you don't put an authorized driver on that contract with you and you let your sister drive it and she go running into a pole, guess what? You just bought yourself a brand new car because that damage waiver is not going to carry over because you violated the agreement that you signed. So there is an aspect of player conduct that is not necessarily a conduct thing. Do you not realize that conduct falls under literally doing something that paints a negative picture on the franchise or the NBA?
Yep.
And they can deem what that is. So the worst part about this ain't a first-time offender. He just did the shit 2 months ago and got suspended for it, and he did it again.
Right.
It just doesn't make sense. But anyway, God is good. Who's finna talk? Go ahead.
Brother Albie.
Albie, go ahead. Let me. All right, go ahead.
Okay. There's actually a precedent before the idiocy that John Morant did, and that was Gilbert Arenas and a teammate.
I forgot about
guns
that.
on each other in the locker room for the Washington Bullets.
That's true.
So Gilbert Arenas and a teammate for the Wizards. I mean, I'm saying the Bullets. I'm using it as a pun because that was their name before. There was the Wizards. There was the Washington Bullets.
Yeah.
I know it's the Wizards, but I'm saying that's what they was acting like. Two idiots in the locker room. So the precedent was set then.
Well,
see what I'm saying?
Hold on. To that argument, though, somebody gonna say, whoa. No. They can't be. They was in the locker room. So this is what I've been seeing. He was in his own car. He has a gun that is in his name. Nobody got hurt. Nobody done anything. He just letting folk know, look, I got my strap. And if I'm him, I'm going to say, look, man, I ain't mean no harm by it. I was just having a good time. I understand the thought process behind it. But unfortunately, when you did what you did initially, you just don't want to play around with that because you're going to put yourself in a bad situation. And guess what? These people that signed you to these contracts can come to you and say, this dude ain't wrapped too tight. So we don't want this dude's an idiot. We don't want an idiot that can jump high to represent our brand. So, hey, look, man, that agreement that we was going to give you $90 million, hey, man, we're going to just move on to the next player that we can trust. So, unfortunately, it doesn't make any difference if you're right or wrong, or if you prove to me that, Ken, your position is wrong, and it don't make no difference. He's still going to lose the money. Right. And he's still going to get suspended. And you just got to ask yourself, was it worth it? Go ahead, Al.
Okay, now. So everybody wants to focus on this that just happened, right? Saying in vehicle on his property, his gun back. Let's talk about the first incident that happened. That incident happened in a strip club in Denver, Colorado.
I don't know where.
I believe.
Okay.
I believe it was in Colorado.
Okay.
So the question then becomes, how did you get a gun from Memphis to Colorado where y'all were playing? Y'all have of course they have a chartered aircraft for the team, so you had to go through security. Now I'm just saying, okay, you have to know how to do it. It's not hard, but you need to know how to travel with a weapon. It's not hard, but I'm just saying, I doubt this young, I don't think that was his gun,
though. I think that was somebody else.
You know.
Yeah, but go ahead.
So, but my thing is, so that there was some mention of that, and then I don't think kind of backed off that because the question did come up, and me knowing, I'm like, yeah, how did he get it? Because what that then comes into it. If he had that firearm, he had it legally, had it on an aircraft. You went across state lines. It's a whole lot of laws would have been broken for him to show up with and have a gun there, and you live and reside in Memphis or outside or in Tennessee, and then you got a weapon. And I know Colorado gun laws is just about as kind of as bad as California's in that not really having reciprocity with a lot of states. You know, meaning reciprocity, meaning if you have a license in your state, the state that you travel to recognizes your reciprocity. If you have a license to carry, it'll recognize as if you were in your state.
But I mean,
but if you don't study and don't know about these things, which I know he don't know, then those are other questions as far as that first incident.
I mean,
you know, how did you happen to get?
This is a great point. I mean, I don't want to get into hypotheticals because that we can go down an endless road. I only want to deal with what happened, and not you, AB. I mean,
no doubt.
I was thinking more so of the, you know, there was a danger there, obviously, because, you know, if it was loaded, a shot could have went out, anything could have happened. We understand that because that was to Celi's point. But in the end, the only point I was making was that there's a lot of people that just like, man, leave that man alone. He was in his own time. All I would say is, and this is my only take on it, when I said it, I was like, look, man, you can be an idiot as often as you want to in your own privacy. Don't put it on the internet though. You got to get to a point now to where if a joker go live, hey man, put that phone down. There are celebrities that don't allow that. You can't come out and phone no phones.
Yeah, you can't go in their homes, or you know, if you come there, hey, no phones. They got, drop it in this drop box, and we're gonna lock it, and then you can get it when you're leaving.
Let me make
all type of stuff that.
Let me make this relevant to Jackson State. That's how Coach Prime was. Just FYI, if you had a team meeting, they had to put their phones up. They couldn't bring their cell phones into the team meetings. And if somebody got caught with their cell phone, their phone went out. You saw it in the video. Get out. Just keeping it a buck. The reason being was because we all know why. We don't have to, I'm just saying. So the point that I'm making is, like,
you want to control the narrative.
If he didn't go live in the strip club, I'm just saying, if he didn't go live in the strip club, none of us know he was in the strip club.
But also this whole notion about people saying he was in his own car in his own time.
That's not true. He got caught on a live that wasn't his. Are you talking about in the car? He was in the live video before he pulled the gun out. He was all in the video. He was getting down in the video. He knew the
people
video
trying to make excuses. It's sad that our people are trying to make excuses for this behavior instead of dealing with the damn problem.
Man,
like
that man
so
knew
many
that
things.
video was live, man. He knew the video was live.
And also,
our people, they lack discipline. Okay,
yeah, a lot of them.
What he had 231 million, and then they had already cut the endorsement, and then they cut another, and so you just hemorrhaging multi-millions. You're hemorrhaging because of your decisions.
Right. Go ahead, Celie.
And also this whole notion about private car, private this. Well, that's, and when I use the word ignorant, I don't mean ignorant as in a negative concern, but you do know that when you apply for a job now, when you go through the interview process, they can ask you for your Facebook and Instagram password. In fact, most companies, depending on the business, won't hire you until they look at your your social media. Because you are a reflection or a representative of that company. And so you now your social media can be deemed a fireable offense because you and your social media put a company in a bad act. And I tell you, I learned this years before social media. Let me tell you how I learned this years before social media. It was 1990, 1990. I was working for a law firm. I was working for Dennis Sweet Hair Doctors, and I was a runner. And I was going downtown to just drop off some paperwork. And it was 1990. Princess Graffiti Bridge album was out. Man, I was at the red light, Mr. Day. I was a 20-year-old just juking at the red light. I mean, I was whatever the songs I was juking. And I looked to my left, and guess who was sitting at the red light with me at the intersection?
Who that?
One of the attorneys.
Wow.
And I rolled down my window, and he said, "So this how you out here representing the law firm?"
Wow.
Now, all I was doing was sitting in my car, juking my head. But as far as he was concerned, I was representing the law firm.
Oh, I'm so glad you said that.
Social media, and so companies now will ask you, "We want your password. We want." That's why so many people, when they get certain jobs, they scrub their social media.
That's right.
And if Ja Morant and his friends are not smart enough to understand that your social media is part of your representing the company, then again, unsmart people get unsmart consequences.
Man, listen, I know not to at all times. We make a spiritual point, and for those that are spiritual, like that's really what it comes down to. You know, it's not the dressing up, going to a building on Sundays. It's not going to Bible class in the middle of the week. It's not that. It's the way you comport yourself. It's what are you saying with how you live your life?
True. Fact.
That's just, it's just there is no getting around this. And what Ja Morant is showing us he's teaching all of us a greater lesson. That I love what GA just said. He said this. He said, "Nah, bro, people not getting it." Ja is in the NBA 24/7. Every hour of the day, he's Ja Morant with the Memphis Grizzlies. And that's how people see him. He's superstar Ja Morant. So when you misconduct yourself, because that was the man, that was the message on Sunday, man, just talking about what a mother is, and the definition of that being, just it traces it all the way back to an operation, you know what I'm saying, a nature, a character, right? Like even when you say, "What's my alma mater?" Right? You know, mater is mother.
Mm-hmm.
Or we say, "I'm from Africa. I'm from the motherland," right? Mm-hmm. What we talking about? I'm just repeating, but the point was, if you're gonna claim to be from something, then there needs to be some type of, like he used the example of being from a certain part of the country, like being from New Orleans. You can tell it's from New Orleans by the way they talk. The stuff that they say, being from New York, they had a different bravado about themselves. But there is no getting around claiming to be anything. You not.
Caleb, you drop the link.
Yeah, it's fine. So again, it's not about me versus you or your point versus my point. There is no getting around comportment,
right?
Character. I'm sorry, man. A terrible character with a lot of money just exposes the character that's there.
Right.
So I hope that, like I said, again, we're not throwing Ja Morant away.
Right.
We really want to rally around the brother and say, "Hey, bro, come on, let's get it together." You know, you're young, you know what I'm saying? I made some mistakes when I was 21 through 25 through 28 and all that, and still making some mistakes, but some mistakes can cost you a whole lot more than others. And you just hope that he get it right, man. You hope that he get it right, and don't waste this opportunity to make an impact on the community. Use this example or use this experience, man, to just turn it around and try to let others not, and then people gonna go down their own path. But I'm sorry, man. We're not getting past that character, man. You're not gonna get past that.
Two quick things for Sister Kayla come in. Sister Phyllis Bell, she put in. She just retired working with Dennis Sweet for 27 years. If my math is right, that means you started working with Dennis in 1996. I worked with Hal and Dennis as a college student from 90 to 93. So yeah, so I was working when they had that office. Ask Dennis, you see him again. Ask him about the office he had on West Street. Office was West Street from 1990 to 1993. So I worked with Hal and Dennis Sweet from 1990 to 1993 on West Street. And then the second part, now when you said like not throwing them away, I think about it this way. My grandfather was barbecuing one day, Ken, and the whole family was in the background. And I went to sneak up and grab a piece of meat off the grill. When I went to reach my hand, I was about 8 or 9. I went to grab a piece of meat, and my grandfather said, "Get away from me, boy. You're gonna hurt yourself." So I walked away, and this whole family, everybody around. But eventually I eased back around, right? And I eased up around. I thought the old man wasn't looking. And I went to grab that meat off the grill, Ken. Remember, I'm like 8 or 9 years old. And I missed meat, my hand and hit nothing but grill. And I did the James Brown and the Michael Jackson and the Prince and the Boogaloo Shrimp all across that backyard, holding my hand. And my grandmama said, "Rob, you let that boy burn himself like that?" And my granddaddy said he never stopped flipping meat. He said he won't do that no more. And kept grilling.
I actually did that as a kid, right?
Oh, really?
I used to. So, and my uncle, I used to chase his cigarettes around the table, and they kept moving the ashtray. And my nickname was Scooter. Like just scoot around the floor. They telling me this. I don't know. I'm a little kid. He said he just got tired of moving that damn ashtray. He's like, this little boy just gonna keep going after his cigarette, and I did the same thing. Next thing you know, my hand grabbed that thing, and boy, I let it go quick. He said, "I ain't never have to worry about you going after that damn ashtray." Though.
And you did you?
I did, guys.
I didn't reach it, boy. The best thing I learned. And so, Sister Phyllis Bell, I ain't gonna belabor the point, but if I got a chance, I got some real good Langston Fraser sweet stories for you, because I was there when they first merged with Langston and Fraser. When Sweet and Dawkins merged with Langston and Fraser, I was on the staff when they merged. So we had to get together. I got some great stories. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Sister
Kayla, you coming up. Let me say this one last thing. I did not take your comment wrong. There is no, I'm saying his friend was on the live. He knew his friend was on the live, and he did not get caught with a gun. He put the gun up while his friend was on live, and when his friend turned, actually the friend one that got caught off guard. If you go back and look at it from what we gathered. But go ahead, Kayla. How you doing?
I'm doing fine. How are y'all?
We're good.
Going on? Hey.
So I kind of see things like I understand what you guys are saying totally, but I kind of look at it in a different point of view, per se, as far as like his actions and how they have been consistent. And I just believe that sometimes that when you are young, you can agree to certain contracts, make certain deals, contractual agreements without knowing everything throughout the fine print and knowing all the stipulations that actually come with it. And like the word says, to whom much is given, so much is required. And I believe that being young, you can know you have certain type of, restrictions, but it feels different when you are actually within that, in that space of being confined. And I know it's a business. I understand, because sports is a business. There's limitations. There's, restrictions in everything. And it's in any field, not just sports. But we can just talk about the deals, the brand deals, and the millions of money, like millions of dollars that he's lost. Well, if he's already been a millionaire, per se, longer than some adults, because we know he's in a different tax bracket, it can become normal. And it's a different type of nuance to whereas this money and having, it's a thing where you can have money, but the status and the money can sometimes differ. So money you can get used to having that. Some people can get used to having that wealth. and other people can be used to a lifestyle per se, whereas you may see the drugs, you may see the violence, you may see the guns, and you may get a different feel from that environment. You may get a different kick from that environment. That's why it's important. Like, music is spiritual, so whatever you're listening to is going to influence your mood, influence your vibe per se. For an example, this, I'm not saying this is exactly his case, but for example, listening to NBA Youngboy, he perpetuates different type of messages, and if you are constantly hearing that, you kind of take on that role, and whatever role you are in, it may not be coinciding with the role that you're taking on based upon what you're listening to. So going forth with signing the contracts and the deals, sometimes it may sound crazy, but even kids, when they agree to certain things with their parents, because some parents bribe their kids and say, okay, well, you do these chores, I got you this at the end of the week. Well, the kid might be doing the chores within the week, and they like, okay, you talking about scrub up the board, the floorboards, you talking about wash all the windows in the house. You might get to a point where you like, you know what, I ain't really want to do all this. Like, I know I want, you say you gonna take me to this place at the end of the month, end of the week, yeah, I want to go, but within that process, it's like, okay, well, I did get some snacks today. The snacks was good enough. Having some ice cream today is good enough. I don't really want to finish all these chores to get to the thing at the end of the week. So it's like, what I'm leading to is this could be a sign of him just really wanting to be out of some of these contracts that he's in because he has money.
He about to get out of one of them.
And so, and if you look at this, could even go forth to Kanye, for example. I'm not saying this is the same exact thing, but Kanye, if you look at it from a different perspective, he could have very well tried to get out of that deal with Adidas for him to start his own brand, because once he got with Adidas, it expanded his brand even further. So once he got out with Adidas, he still had his own platform to where he can expound upon, where he has all rights to his own thing. Now, that's a whole different ball game in itself. But sometimes, they may not want to be under the guidelines, and everybody on the outside looking in saying, you got to deal with this, you got to deal with that. You should be appreciative. You should want to be in there. But sometimes players can get in certain deals where it doesn't continue to bring them that type of excitement that they had. They may want to start their own. You never know. I'm just coming with a different perspective to maybe like look at it like maybe because if you are looking at what's going on, like, players have brand image, brand marketing classes. You have all these type of sources that most of the time, if you're in the NBA, you've already had this done in college, and you have something pre-NBA to show you, okay, this is what you do for social media. It's kind of at this point, it's like, all right, it's kind of obvious, like, what can come along with this. And if you're in a space where you already got what you want, I mean, you got it, then it's kind of like, okay, well, if I do lose it, then okay, that it could be something that's done purposefully so he can get out of these deals.
I think all of that stems to a lack of discipline, though, when you get down to it. And I'm gonna say it this way: I ain't hit no 100 million, but I reached a certain point in my professional life, or there's been times where, let's just say, what was coming in far superseded what was going out. I come from struggle. I was used to not being able to, like, how you want something, but you can't go get it because you ain't got it, right? So you get to a point where you can buy yourself anything you want. You just start buying dumb stuff, right? And then you be in a certain environment. Trust me, I've been in those settings as a young man with a pocket full of money, wilding. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not literally on John Morant's level, but ain't even close. But my point is, listening to the music, because let's just stick to what it is. Shirt off in the strip club with a gun. That's what it is. I like John Morant. I do. I'm a fan of his talent, man. Okay, you go through a tough spot. That was in the middle of the season. I could understand if the strip club incident was in the postseason. Like, I kind of wish the strip club incident would have happened after he got out the playoffs. Like, yeah, he was in the middle of the season. But then again, folks say, well, he wouldn't mind no business. Okay, he at a strip club. He chilling. He getting a lap dance, you know, da. All right, cool. He got past that. So this is my point. In that particular instance, in regards to flashing the gun, there was a lot of conversations that was come about as a result of that incident. Endorsement conversations, reevaluation of contracts, conduct, comportment, like how you conduct yourself. He sat down with Jalen Rose, all these guys rallying around him, trying to really get him back on track. He gets suspended. He missed 8 games. He comes back. He goes through this training stuff, and it's like, there's words that, you know, people from the league felt like, hey man, we got teams and we got players, we got young dudes we draft and we sign these big ass contracts, and you let him off the hook pretty easy. And then what Ja Morant just did was, it was bigger than him. Now they're in a pickle because this is what we know. Memphis ain't finna get rid of Ja Morant. Dillon Brooks, hell, all he did was say LeBron was old and he got to drop 40 on me, and he get a report that said we ain't signing him under any circumstance. So, like, that, I'm just saying, like, that's just go to show you talent can get you a lot more excuses for your misbehavior than not having the talent. Ja Morant is a superstar. Mm-hmm. And if he wasn't a superstar, he probably wouldn't be in the league right now. I don't know. I'm just saying. So I get what you're saying. I don't feel like if that is the case, that he going about it the right way. Because not only are you about to lose an endorsement, you're about to lose money off of your salary, your NBA salary. Because when he gets suspended, he's not going to get paid for them games. So I don't think that was. I thought that was impulsive. In my opinion, I just think you're right. That NBA young boy, y'all know this. Y'all listen to the wrong stuff. You start speeding. Everybody know this. You jamming, and next thing you know, you're going 75 in a 40. You're like, oh, let me slow down. But it's all because you done become. What you say? Music is spiritual. It done sucked you in, and now you in that moment. You just didn't get caught, or didn't want nobody on the live stream. So I think we also have to address the fact, like, what is it? Like, it feels like he's missing something. No, it's not a feel. He is missing something, because this notion of wanting to be seen in like, it's like he loses himself when you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know what it is, man. I don't know if it's the thrill, because when he's playing the sport, when he making shots, he's in that moment. He throwing up the signs, because we ain't even addressed the conversation of the Crip cat that was talking about him throwing up them ends and like all that type of stuff. They don't, like, you about to be paying the Crips for the rest of your life if you don't chill out, man. Because you up there throwing their symbols and they like, bro, you ain't from around here. And so all of that's fine and dandy. But in the end, man, it's like we can't get past the misrepresentation part. I'm sorry. You just I hate that. That's why I'm just it's such a tough spot, because it messed my day up, because I'm sitting up here like what did you gain from this? It was so unnecessary. I've never seen somebody fumble a bag this big over something this unnecessary that actually didn't result in anybody being hurt but himself. Like, nobody got hurt from any of this. The stripper didn't get hurt. You know what I'm saying? The partners didn't get hurt. There was no accidents. There was no shots fired. And that's why, Kalen, it's so hard to, like, watch somebody just lose so much at the hands of not really do. Like, what did he really do? And all he did was he displayed an image that was damning to the brands that he represents. And unfortunately, when you're in business, that can actually be a deal breaker.
And one more thing I would say that you said, Kalen, you say he may have.
Oh, we said 4 of the incidents. See, I ain't watch ESPN. I'm telling y'all, I'm going to cut y'all TV.
Right.
I didn't watch ESPN because I knew they was gonna kill him. I knew they was gonna rip him a new butthole. I can't take that. So I have to protect my mental. I can't sit there and watch people that look like us get on TV and just denigrate the brother. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not trying to do that now. I'm just saying I just knew what was coming from the Stephen A. Smiths and everybody that's on TV, the Shannon Sharps, and I was like, I can't watch that. I don't want to, because I know what's going to happen. And all I'm saying is, I really hope he can get it together. And I don't know the dude; he don't know me, But go ahead, TD.
Right. I just want to say something quick, to respond to something Kelly said. Yeah, Kelly, he may have acquired a lot of money, but you don't know how many people's in his pocket. You don't know how much money he had to pay out, to his manager, to his agent and friends and family. How many, how much debt he has acquired. So a lot of that's why a lot of sports players go broke. They think they can, because they signed this contract and they got all this money, so they go splurge, and then they end up unfortunately getting hurt or some mishaps. Then that money is not there anymore. So I mean, that wouldn't be the wise decision if that's the route that he tried to go to get out of contract.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just bringing another perspective.
And but also I want to speak, because I like your point.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to just gloss over it. I want to say a couple of things to it. So what you're really speaking to is what we call the myopia of youth, right? Another way of saying the myopia of youth is just saying being short-sighted because you're young, right? You're young, you can't see the whole picture. Your inability to discipline yourself in a certain way, because I like the example you used about rules and parents. That's all a part of it, right? I was a straight A student, 1st through 8th grade. Started playing sports in the 6th grade. 6th through 8th grade, I was able to keep it together. When I got to high school and was an athlete in high school, them girls in high school were a little bit different than them girls in 6th grade. And I was a mediocre. Look, I lost my mind. I was a mediocre athlete. Like Caleb, let me tell you who I was. I started playing ball in 6th grade, right? Okay, we played ball on Tuesday and Thursday. On Monday, I'm gonna tell you who I was. On Monday, I was the boy that girls used to joke about when they wanted to tell you, like, oh, you go with old funny head C. Lee. That's what you. I don't go with that. That's who I was on Monday. On Tuesday, I started my first baseball game, and girls like, "Hey, how you doing?" I'm like, "Hey, what is happening? I ain't funny head C. Lee, I'm hey, what's happening?" So I get what you're saying about, and I'm not breezing past that, and that's where the bigger part of the community and the parenting comes in. That who's there, who has the foresight of his myopia. Who's there that he will listen to? Because that's where parenting and mentoring becomes important. Like I did a lot of, I was a bad child. I wasn't criminally bad, but I can tell you now, I was a bad child. And the only thing that kept me from being a bad child to being a criminally bad child was the parenting and mentoring I had. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so that's the first part of it, that everything you're saying is correct. He, as a young person, is myopic. He is short-sighted. However, who are the parents and the community that's keeping him in the line? That's the first thing. And then the second part that needs to be said to him about, I want this freedom. I want to get out of this. The question is, what's your plan once you get out of it? And I'll give you 2 quick examples. One you'll know and one you might not know. I don't know if you're familiar with a show that used to come on years before you, came on years before me, then I watched it in syndication and rerun. There's a show called The Partridge Family, right? And The Partridge Family was this show that came on about this white family. It was like whimsical sing-song white family. Well, the guy who was the lead in that show, Mr. Caleb, he was the only real musician. And this show he was in, this #1 show on TV, was killing his career as a real musician, because the real rock and roll world wouldn't accept him because they thought he was corny like this show he was in. But he was the highest paid actor on television.
Wow.
You know what he did to get out of this show? Because it was such a family show. He went and did an interview and did a photo shoot for Playboy.
Yeah.
Now, show you how things work. When he did that, he knew he was at that job. He went Monday just waiting on him. They said, player, see these lunch boxes? See these albums? You can do all the stuff with Playboy you want. Until we lose this money, you're going to keep being a part of the Partridge family. So he made a Ja Morant move. Like, I can't take it. I can't do this. But he had a plan. The only problem I would have for a young Ja Morant or a young person saying, I can't take this is, do you have a plan for when this go away? And it doesn't look like you have a plan for when you go. The second example I give you is when Prince was trying to get out of his Warner Brothers contract, that's when he was walking around with Slave on his face. And see, you're not old enough to remember this. When Prince was doing that 94, 95, people thought he had lost his mind. Prince walking around with Slave on his face. He refused to release. Well, the problem was he had given Warner Brothers the 3 albums, but they wouldn't let him out the contract. Because what people don't understand is you may have a 3-album deal, but you're not out that contract just because you give them 3 albums. You're not out that contract until they release the albums. And the company can hold those albums for 10 years. So you could be on a 3-album deal for 10 years. So Prince was walking around with Slave on his album. The difference between Prince and what I see his job is that when he broke his deal by giving Warner Brothers subpar albums, in 1996, the next year, he released the Emancipation album and made $50 million in 1 year. So whoever's around Ja, I get it. He's youthful. He's myopic. I can't take this. There needs to be older people to say, if you want to get out of this, you need to have a plan to sustain yourself. Because if you don't have a plan to sustain yourself, then you're going to waste everything you have. So I want to be clear that I don't negate. As a young person, we've all been young persons who've been tired of our parents' rules. Everyone on this panel, every one of us have rolled eyes and thought about our parents' rules. The difference is we had good enough parents who kept us from being just bad to going to being criminally bad, if that makes sense.
Let me ask a question. And this is what I always say. Whenever I find myself in a situation where let's say you're working a job and the job pays well. And I always have to go back to that moment when I was ecstatic about getting that opportunity. And I know a lot has changed, but the question I would ask is like, what's changed from Ja when you go back to that hungry young fella that wanted to come in and prove himself coming out of Murray State? And the Ja you see now, because the difference is that he's established himself as an NBA star. He's making a boatload of money, and now you see him in a situation where you're making money, but you just your decision making is terrible right now. And they said it was some 4 other incidents. I don't know what those incidents are, but I don't know. I don't know what. Honestly, it's money. It is money. All money does, man, is whatever's there. It's going to extract it out in a greater manner. And then you talking about a young man, and I don't know what his mom and dad's relationship status is, but you know, from everything that we've seen, you know, grew up in a 2-parent household. We don't know what that looked like. I don't know. We just know what was shown, but. Again, TD, you said this when we was in Houston. We was talking to Sister Pratt, right? You was like, I don't necessarily agree that it's upbringing, because sometimes your parents could tell you everything that oh, somebody just sent it to me. Okay, hold on. I can tell you the incidents. Let me see, because it might change my whole thought process right now.
Okay, while you're doing that, let me answer a question that GA Price got in the chat. GA, that's a good question. You got a Ken?
Oh, it said Ja Morant alleged off-court incident. And see, this is why you don't do what he did, sis. Because why do we know this now? Was this already out there? Were they talking about this prior to this last incident? Because I ain't see nobody say nothing about this. 2022, threatened the head of security at the Memphis Mall. Okay, 2022, punched the 17-year-old and flashed a gun. January 29th, riding in the SUV that pointed laser at the Pacers team bus.
Yeah, that's the one I heard about, the laser, yeah.
March 4th, shown in the video with gun, steps away from team. This is one of them situations where grandma be like, I'm gonna say what I saw in the chat when they say a hard head make a soft glute. Grandma said, listen, you bought yourself some sense now. And I'm just saying, unfortunately, sometimes you don't wish nothing on them. You just somebody said just another bratty athlete. I forgot who said that, but sheesh. Come on, man.
I just want to GA, and I'm thinking GA was responding to me when I was talking about Prince putting slave on and getting out of his contract. The thing with Prince was, and there's a great documentary called Slave Trade, How Prince Changed the Music Industry. It's a really great documentary because when Prince was doing all this stuff in the middle of the 90s, people thought Prince had lost his mind. Like they literally thought he had lost his mind. And then 10 years later, everybody was like, man, Prince broke down the whole music game and it changed what everybody was doing. So when Jay asked, he said that, was he a slave or did he choose servitude? What Prince realized, and what a lot of people didn't understand, remember I talked about you get signed to a 3-album deal. So I tell Ken, I'm gonna sign you to a 3-album deal. Ken, they cool, I'm gonna make 3 albums for Mac Ennis Records and then I'm gonna be done. Number one, I just told you, Ken is not released from that 3-album deal until I release all 3 of those albums. So Ken could give me all 3 of those albums in 2023. If I don't release those albums to 2030, Ken is still on my record label. That's number one. Number two, what Prince didn't realize and other people didn't realize about these deals, when you sign to a record label, they sign your music, your likeness, and your image. So let's say Ken now want to go make a record or want to be a feature on Brother Tarante's album. He got to get my permission to do that. At that point, you don't own your own. That's why you'll see Ken Clark appears courtesy of Warner Brothers Records, right? Tarante Day appears courtesy of. They own your whole being. They own your face. They own your image. They own your likeness. And at that point, and then they own your creator because they own your masters. And so what a lot of people didn't know, that when you signed a record deal, they weren't just signing for what you did for that particular. They were able to control everything you did as a human being. And that's when Prince started saying, well, this is servitude, this is slavery. Because I can't even go and help my friend. If I just want to go down to the studio and say, let me play guitar on Tarante's record because that's my friend. Let me give Kaylin a song just because that's my homegirl. Warner Bros. Say, no, you can't give her a song because we own that too. And here's what made it click for Prince. It was right before the Diamonds and Pearls record, and the wasn't Benny Medina, it was the other guy. He asked Prince, he said, what do you think about for your next project? And Prince said, I got a couple of ideas. I want to keep in mind what he said. I got a couple of ideas, I haven't worked it out. And the record executive said, and he said it joking as he was walking out the room. I don't even think he meant for Prince to take it this way. He said, well, it don't matter. Whatever you come up with, we gonna own it anyway. Think about that concept. Whatever's in your head right now, I already own what's in your head.
That's.
I mean, I guess the closest job I can get to that, the business job I can get to that is Dr. Dre and Eazy-E. Dr. Dre can do nothing on Death Row without Eazy-E. You know what I'm saying, becoming a part of. He could even, Suge had to be the executive producer.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
And that is so when you talk about these contracts, like when Ken was trying to talk about what these contracts are and what they entail, and people sign these contracts and you have no idea. And it hasn't gotten better, it's gotten worse.
Like he don't even have to, like John don't have to do none of this stuff they talking about.
Right.
Like he can flash a gun every day. He just ain't gonna be able to play in the league.
Right.
Like that's the trade-off. You can do what you want to do. You ain't breaking no law. It's your gun, it's registered. If you can go live every day, you got a big old bag already. You're already rich. If the money don't, and listen, hey, it don't make no difference what us broke people talking about. If he don't value the money like that, and he like, look, I got enough money to make it. I'm good. Hey man.
GA, again, it's not that when you say calling the shot, Prince, okay, he was writing all the songs. He was making all of the. He was Prince. When you saw the back of Prince album, all songs written, arranged, composed by one dude. He was doing all of that. It's just that he realized, oh, I don't own it. And he got out of that, right? That's what I'm saying. He got out of it.
That's a great point, man. I'm sorry, bro. Like, I'm sorry. You cannot, man. Do y'all not? I'm gonna get all right. Okay. I told you I used to work for Coca-Cola. Do y'all know? Let me tell y'all something that went into that. Okay. I couldn't eat during office hours. You cannot eat at a restaurant that serves Pepsi products.
Exactly.
I'm straight up. Like, it wasn't no Taco Bell. It wasn't no Yo Quiero Taco Bell. No, it was Pepsi. You can't go over there and eat Taco Bell. You can't go over there and eat Burger King if it had. It didn't matter. I'm telling you straight up. I seen somebody got fired. Like, you got to be the most idiotic person on earth to be drinking a Mountain Dew at a Coke plant.
Right.
Like that really happened.
Ken, I do you one better, and this is real tragic. I know a lady who got fired because she worked for Jit and Jungle, and she went and shopped at Kroger while she still had a Jit and Jungle smock on.
I'm just saying. So what that tell you is when they say, listen, you represent the brand.
Right.
You are a brand ambassador, and not just a brand ambassador. You just don't happen to be the face of the franchise. And we have invested $231 million into you, bro.
Right.
We are paying you for your talents, not for you to be a gunslinger. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just can't do it, man. You cannot do it. I'm sorry. You can't. It's not about the act. It's about what the act has brought about. Like, you bring in more bad publicity. You don't think that's going to cost them folks some money? Now they got shoes that they done invested in that they can't sell because Wilbon is on TV today talking about his son wanted Ja Morant, and he like, nah, we're not buying them.
Right.
I don't even know why he even had to offer that up. I was like, come on, bro. You ain't have to just say that. But anyway, whatever. My point is, when these people invest in you, they're investing in your character and your talent.
Yeah.
It's not just your talents. If God is demanding that we have the right character, and that's what's accepting unto him, we can't get mad at a company because a company decides to disown someone who misrepresented them by displaying a character that they can't endorse and they can't get behind.
Yep.
And at some point, we got to just say, bro, I love you. But love ain't just saying, hey, man, I'm going to support you even in your folly. And it sounds like to me, Ja got a bunch of yes men around him. Somebody need to say, no, bro, you don't need to do that. Like I said, with your partners, bro, stop going live. When y'all, whatever y'all doing, stop picking the phone up, showing the world. We know you, Ja Morant. And if you got partners that's around, if I was in his shoes, man, I wouldn't dare let it. I don't show nobody nothing. I try to be just as private as I could be, man. Because it ain't, sitting out here on YouTube and stuff, man, people start doing weird stuff. So I try to keep everything to myself. See, Lee done told these folk where I was at. They ain't know that. That's why Zoe started laughing, but I ain't saying nothing. They ain't gonna. No, it's all good. We was chuckling because I never said anything about it. I ain't told nobody nothing. I got I got 1,000 pictures. I ain't showed nothing. I ain't put now one on so none of that. It's just my point is this. You have to represent the organization, and like I said, you don't have to. It's your right. You have rights. But sometimes your rights could lead to the. How many times have we seen people get on the internet and say, like, oh, you use perfect example, Marcus Stokes, the young man who was rapping. He was literally rapping the song, and it wasn't. And I think everybody that watched it was like, man, he wasn't. Right. Yeah, I don't think the intent was what it was. You know what I'm saying? He was. And the man was like, he lost his scholarship, 4-star kid, and I think he committed to West Florida or D2 school because nobody would touch him.
Right. And
unfortunately, we live in an era now where public opinion is more powerful than the courtroom. You can be innocent in the courtroom, but if you guilty in the court of public opinion, hey man, you can't have it both ways. You can't make $1 gazillion off of social media marketing because of the internet age, and then turn around and do dumb stuff on the internet, and then we don't want to get punished for it. The same thing on this side that paid you is the same thing that could get you axed.
Yep.
That's why you better make you a Facebook or a social media profile with a random name and a random photo. Don't put your photo on there.
A burner account.
I ain't saying a burner, but if you don't know who the hell KC 1400 is, you ain't gonna never figure out who can. You can find me on LinkedIn or you can find me on Facebook, but I block people from that. But if you don't know where I'm at, then it is what it is. I have 1,500 followers on IG, I think, if that many.
I think this is the time to definitely keep your lips up in prayer, because when you're young and you're in that lifestyle, none of us really know exactly what he's going through, what he's been through, and how his lifestyle is. We only see things based off social media. We only see things through ESPN. Yes, he has talent. Yes, he has all of that. But all of us got a talent. All of us have gifts. But a lot of times, some of the talents and gifts we have, sometimes we don't even want to use them or operate in them because of what it costs, of what it truly costs to operate in our gifts and talents. Because it's not, we may make it look easy because it's a gift, it's a talent, but people on the outside looking in don't know all the things it took to get to where you are. But then also there's people around us that we need to cultivate us and continue to uplift us within that, keep us covered in prayer, steering us in the right direction, being young. I know I wouldn't be where I'm at right now without my family, without God sending good people around me. And also being knowledgeable. Some of the bad people, learning from them, also that helped me as well, because all things work together for the good of those who love the Lord and call according to his purpose. So everything is necessary. I just hope in this time that he can learn from this and grow from this. It's a thing where certain athletes are able to bounce back and some aren't. But I think that John Morant has a strong, and it's crazy, but he has almost like a cult-like fan base to a point where he could bounce back once he grows from this.
Oh, he gonna bounce back.
He has the talent, he has the charisma, he has he has it. So everybody, and a lot of times everybody goes through their phases, but everything is not always on the social media, whether it was put out from ourselves or from others. Back in the day, it wasn't always like that. So everybody go through their season. I just hope that he grows from this season at an exponential rate and uses this to propel him and really use his word to help other potential athletes or athletes now to learn from his mistakes and
I think he will do that. I think he will do that. He gonna become I think he definitely gonna start a movement against dumb stuff. I think he will. But you know what I wonder? Like, where's that friend that's like, bruh, we got access to shit that we ain't never gonna have access to. Like, why is y'all like, hey, I'm that guy.
Okay,
hey, bro,
so
we living good now. What y'all doing? What you trying to go back to the hood? I ain't trying to go back to the hood. I ain't got the talent you got. I like sitting on the front row of the games and being in parties I know I ain't supposed to be in. You see what I'm saying? I'm not finished. Whoa. Don't, you gotta have a fall guy. Where's your fall guy? Let that dude have the gun. You don't need no. Chris Carter said that. That's
I got an example that's gonna take us a whole day. I got an example. Okay, well, just feel me on this example, because what you said, I'm agreeing with you. I'm gonna say this. I was angry at Michael Vick's cousins. Let me tell you why I was angry at Michael Vick's cousins.
Okay.
Remember when the Barry Bonds issue got to a rate where it went past steroids in baseball to the federal government was coming after Barry Bonds?
Mm-hmm.
And the linchpin for Barry Bonds was the white dude who did or didn't know everything. That dude went to jail for 8 months. And whatever deal him and Barry Bonds cut had to be one hell of a deal. Because the federal government, Miss Kayla, The federal government, Brother Dave, would come to that white boy every day. The old woman said, "You feel like talking?" Homeboy would look at his wife like, "Nope," and close the gate himself, close the door, and lay back. I said, "Well, I don't know what Barry Bonds get him." I wanted to tell. They went every day for 8 months. They would go, they would pull themselves there. "You feel like telling on Barry today?" "I certainly do not." And he would close the jail cell. Why couldn't Mike Vince's cousin do the same? Like you said, we someplace we ain't never. These ain't Mike's dogs. These my dogs. This me and Pookie and them dogs. Mike ain't got nothing to do with these dogs. Mike don't even know we got dogs here. And that's when you're surrounding yourself with people. And I don't like using the Barry Bonds issue because, and this ain't got nothing to do with anything. Whether or not Barry Bonds did steroids or not, Barry Bonds was already a Hall of Famer. We can talk about his statistics. Barry Bonds was already
with the Pirates should have been.
Yeah, he was already a 500. Because you can look and see. Okay, we think Barry Bonds started doing. I always tell people, tell me when you think Barry Bonds started doing steroids. They'll give me the date, and I go, yeah. And that date, he was already 500 and 500 home runs, 500 stolen bases. And Brother Dave, if you don't understand why that's important, let me tell you why that's important. Barry Bonds was 500 and 500. The next closest person to him is 300 and 300.
And still won't get in the Hall of Fame.
You see what I'm saying? So Barry Bonds was a Hall of Famer, whether you believe or don't believe it before that. But the point is that here you had the white dude was willing to go to jail for 8 months because of whatever bad him worked out, and Pookie and Ray them for Michael Vick wouldn't go to jail for 6 months. And just claim them dogs. That's all they had to do. There's the same thing with John Morant. We got to ask ourselves who we surrounding ourselves with.
Well, I don't understand how does he have a gun? Why does John Morant have a gun on his person? You have so much money. I got enough money that I'm gonna hire somebody to be with me every day. You go where I go.
Did you say you had a man to keep a gun in his waist?
Man, hey, when you hit a certain level, you ain't touching nothing.
Right.
I got somebody that gonna go in and make sure everything's straight. And I'm just saying, like, if I'm the homie, I know I ain't done nothing in my life that gonna equate to me being in the playoffs on the front row.
Right.
With ice on. I ain't got no contribution to this. My lifestyle changed because of him. That's the cash cow. I am going to protect the cash cow, and I'm gonna fight all the homies that's gonna fuck up what we got. I'm part of my friend. But hey, man, what you doing, bro? No, bro, we ain't doing that. No, bro, no,
Put that out.
Put that down, bro. No.
And this may be a bad example, but the opposite of that is the people with whom LeBron surrounded himself.
I ain't want to bring that example up, but I'm telling you right now, Randy is everywhere you see LeBron.
I mean, think about how LeBron's friends took advantage of their opportunity and Ja's friends are not.
Well, you know, he got a good set of friends too, you know, and he built that enterprise around himself. You're right, and that's the thing that a lot of former NBA players give LeBron credit for. He's the one person that got it right. You know what I'm saying? And he put his homies on, and they did their part too, because it ain't like their success is hinged on LeBron. He got some good quality. Maverick Carter and Rich Paul, Randy, you know, them dudes is like, from what we've seen, like what they are really good at what they do.
Yep.
So my point is, hopefully somebody in that space that's close enough to him can become a mentor to him, put their arm around him and just say, look, bro, you're gonna take this L, but this L ain't gonna define you, bro. We gonna clean this up.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And just, if I was John Morant, I'd go ahead and make a statement now. I ain't gonna be no shush and watch everybody sad. I would go out there and be like, look, man, let me sit down and talk to somebody. Matter of fact, I'm calling Stephen A. What you got to lose? You're in the off season.
Right.
I'm gonna go sit down with Stephen A and say, look, man, you know what? I'm gonna let them publicly tell me whatever they got to say and tell me how I'm screwing up, and I'm gonna say, man, you know what? I had an impulsive moment. I listened to NBA YoungBoy. I just had a stupid moment, you know what I'm saying? And I really realized that I got to make a lot of changes, man. I'm gonna make some change. I'm getting out in front of it. I just believe in, you know, Deion Sanders taught me that you need to control your own narrative. I'm dead serious. I'm not even kidding. That's one thing I learned from prime time. Control your own narrative. And I'm saying somebody might be advising him, hey, don't say nothing. Dog, you finna be the poster child. You know what the poster child mean? You finna be the face. You finna get made an example out of.
Yep.
Man, I'm already on the phone with Adam Silver. Hey, Adam, can I set up a meeting? I'm going on an apology tour. I'm doing all that.
Right.
I ain't finna lose no 100 million, man, because it ain't the 100 million that it ain't gonna affect you now because you got a bunch of money. It's down the road that you ain't thinking about. And that's what C. Lee was saying. It's the lack of insight to really not right. And he can make any other type of mistake, you know what I'm saying? But it's like you gotta, man, you need somebody gotta get fired, bro. Like somebody, you just can't be around these dudes no more. Yeah. And I understand that ain't easy as we say it is, because you got your homies and you can't just replace your partners, because you get something out of that too. But my goodness, man, something got to shake.
I think that was kind of what I was just insinuating, was the culture amongst our generation and the way certain things are seen. Even just having a job or just a regular job isn't seen as what it was 20 years ago.
Right.
Even 10 years ago. Things like this whole social media thing, social media just nuance has heightened to another level, to the point where our generation is so different.
It is.
But it's taking me to start realizing, like, since I done got older, I be looking at my nephew and I be looking at like my little cousins, and I'm like, dang, y'all what y'all be doing? Like, what is y'all? I'm feeling like the auntie now. I'm like, what is going on? But just me having to be aware that so many things are changing, and it's changing at a rapid rate right now.
Yep.
Changing at a rapid rate. So the things that was once valued isn't valued as it once was. So the things you would look at is like, okay, that's a no-brainer. Well, it may not be like that for everyone because of just the societal pressure, socioeconomic status, social media status, and it's just a lot that's with it. So I think also
a lot of people talking that wasn't talking back in the day.
Oh yeah, a lot of opinions.
So much media now.
Yeah.
All right. We get out of here, man.
We're gonna get out of here too. But yes, but somebody said that was a big conversation in New Orleans on the radio. I think that was Brother Hunt that said that. So you got everybody that's got a podcast. He was Donkey of the Day from Breakfast Club. He was, you know what I'm saying? You got to go through Skip. You got to go through ESPN in the morning. You got to go through Shannon Sharp. You got to go through Stephen A. Party. Every single topic is going to be, and that's why these types of situations, you got to be careful, man. This knucklehead, like C. Lee said, this thug culture / persona of what keeping it real. Like I said, when keeping it real goes wrong. Perfect example of that, man. When keeping it real goes wrong, and now it hurts even more because we know the history of our community and what that type of wealth could do to change. It could change a lot for a lot of people.
And let me say this, and I'll make my last thing, because I appreciate people like young brother Dan and young sister Kayla, because what I could really hear in both of y'all boys, in particular, Sister Kayla, when you came on, but both of y'all, the pain of y'all not wanting to throw away somebody young, right? And I've Sister Kayla talked about knowing young people in the community and fighting for that, and so I want you both to know I may sometimes come off like the mean old get off my grass dude. Because I am the mean old get off my grass.
You Stanley off Friday. What it is?
Yeah, that's right. Like I said, you live on a street named after some flowers. You ain't no thug. But what I would say to you guys is find a way to be concerned about your people and to fight for your people. But don't let it completely drain you.
Exactly.
And that's me. I'm giving you that as someone who's 53. Not as some, and just, because I empathize and I appreciate that you are remembering the people who come from the struggle. Like, the truth of the matter, most Black people, we just one paycheck from struggle. We just one paycheck from being our cousins over there who ain't got it. And so I appreciate you too fighting for that and dealing with that, and just saying that I hear you and I appreciate you, if that makes sense. And that I'm not minimizing any of that. I'm just saying that for me as an older person, that we also have to have these other uncomfortable conversations about how do we balance it out and how do we take our culture to, because the bottom line is you two know that life, have cousins and friends in that life, but you made the decision not to fall victim to it. Mm-hmm. And so one way of being concerned is to also be able to show to them, this is what I did to not fall prey to it. And you guys will probably have the language, because how you say something is as important as what you say. Somebody like me is going to come off that this is just an old dude hating on us. And so y'all are going to be close enough to them to where they can hear the love and the concern that they may not hear from somebody like me. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's all I'm going to say, Ken. I'm going to let y'all have it.
This is one thing I want to touch on before you guys go, and this will be quick. Just something to think on. He said, how do we shelter high-profile youth from being fully castrated by the media and get them on track? I think it would take a serious development of like they're gonna have to pool resources to create their own media.
Yep.
You're gonna have to create your own narrative, man, and have it to where because those platforms that we go to that castrates the athletes, we support them. We're watching.
Yep.
We're looking. Yep. So they know we're gonna look, but if we really was able to band together and really like go and say, you know what, we're gonna move over here in this direction and support this. It'll take a lot. It'll take a lot. I think every and here's the thing that we're not, because we're not a part of that life. There are things in place for like rookies. They have those when you first come into the league. They give you all types of stuff. That's what the Players Association and all that type stuff is for. You have ambassadors. Matter of fact, one of my Bible class members played in the NBA, and he actually is a ambassador for the Brooklyn Nets. And players don't know him, but he's an ambassador. So you know what an ambassador is. And I'm just saying, like, in essence, when it comes to having folks that went down this road, that did those things, you got to have a good circle. And when you got a mom and a dad, you know what I mean? You got a sister coming up, you got a daughter. Like, you would think that he has the things that he needs in place, but maybe there is another level to it, because now he went from being under the auspice of mom and dad to now being, like someone said, now I'm the breadwinner. Now y'all coming to me now. And that sometimes that could create, if you don't have the right character, it can create this God complex. And when you get this complex that we call a God complex, now you think you're untouchable. Now you can't be governed and ruled by nobody. You can't tell me what to do. I do what I want to do. And there's this lawlessness. But you got to understand, people, that you cannot break a law, but yet you can break a law that you are bound by within the organization that you're under. So regardless of whatever, we know Ja Morant because he's an NBA player. When Ja Morant is no longer an NBA player because he did something stupid, he's going to be an ESPN 30 for 30 story about what could have, would have, should have happened. And we just don't want to see that, because that's painful for us to see that, because, what we went through as a community. And you see a young brother that's, man, he got everything, man. He got what he need to change the world, but yet he still chooses to look cool. And and I think C. Lee made the best point, and that is that we got to change the mentality of thinking that somehow that's cool. You look like a freaking idiot, man. Not only are you throwing away your stuff, but you look like an idiot. There's nothing cool about that.
Right.
And what they say, last point I make, loudest person in the room is usually not the toughest.
Yep.
Because them jokers that'll knock your block off ain't really saying a whole lot of nothing. They ain't showing you what they working with.
Truth.
Everybody got a gun, man. The problem is when you living in a place like a Texas, you gotta be careful, man, when you go to running your mouth, because you might run up on somebody that flame your behind. And that's what it is. So, man, what a show, man. Great show tonight. Appreciate it, man. We went long. I don't even care, but this is necessary. Y'all know how we get down over here, man.
That's right.
This is how we do, man. And these are the types of things that I know Kaylin is young, but I got a daughter that's 19 years old that's making decisions. She's on her own. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead, Brother Seeley. You got something?
I was gonna say that's an important person. I'm glad you said that, because I didn't get to tell you. That's one of the best things, whether you know or not, that you did. That you ingratiated your work to young people like Sister Kaylin and Sister Day.
Oh, no doubt.
If you want to know, really one of the major problems of our movement is that old people never made room for young people.
No doubt about it.
What happens is, in our movement, somebody old dies and you don't have anybody knowledgeable of the work to keep it moving. So the fact that, you know, I got Sister Kaylin, Sister Day, and all these other young people that y'all proving in, and you got Austin, you got all these other people that's coming in, is making room for young people. And look here, I retired for a reason. Now I write poems and short stories, and the only reason I come up here is when kids say, man, come up here and do that. And I feel very comfortable that the young people like y'all too, just keep doing and growing and working in your truth, because we need y'all. I mean, I need to know that Jackson State and Jackson and Mississippi and the Black community is gonna be in good hands. And now that I'm retired, like my father used to say to me, now that I'm retired, I need y'all out there making taxes so I can keep my tax check, my retirement check. So I need y'all young people out there working. And my father used to tell it all the time. He said, boy, go make some taxes. Your daddy need that Social Security check. So Sister Kaylin, today, keep them innovative ideas going, make some taxes, because my retirement check is dependent on.
I would love to be John Morant's mentor. Come get me, bro. I ain't BSing. I'll be a great mentor.
That's what I'm in school for. I'm in rehabilitation counseling. I got my undergrad in sports administrations and communications. So that's where the journalism and sports administrations, communications, and marketing stuff comes from, background wise. But right now I'm focusing on the mental health and the neuropsychological aspects of humans, so I can collide that and coincide that with athletes so they can be able to.
That's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's
so needed. It's so needed. And then too, I know we keep saying this, but I'm gonna shut it down. 4 hours and 30 minutes. We ain't going past that. I'm looking at it. But this is the other thing, y'all. And this is something that we have to be. When you are a recipient of grace and mercy, man, it's very hard to have this iron fist for someone that makes a mistake. Right. And I say it too often. We throw our kids away too fast, man. We throw away folks in our community so fast it ain't even funny. He ain't do nothing to throw himself away. I think he's just gonna have to. Like I said, he'll get through this. It's gonna cost him though. Oh, it's gonna cost him. It's gonna cost him, but he'll get through it, and I think he'll be better from it. Sometimes it's unfortunate. It's not. We don't get to decide what test we on. That's what, God put you through what he put you through. Your journey is for you. His issue is tailor-made for him. And whatever we can extract from that, we hope to take from that. I just think it's a bigger message through his folly that needed to be made from this. And that is what we're doing right now. Because that decision that he made in these conversations is probably going to help somebody that is in a uniform that got Jackson State on it. We never know. Right. Somebody may make a dumb decision and be like, you know what, man? I was sitting down listening to the OGs talk about making good decisions. I may not go make that decision. You see what I'm saying?
Exactly.
It may help them, but hey, awesome show, everybody. Hey, we'll be back Wednesday. Appreciate everybody. I'm gonna go to bed, man. I gotta work tomorrow.
Exactly.
Y'all take care.
Peace out.
God bless.
All right. Yeah, I love. Go Tigers, baby.